Hi, hello, hello, hello. We're back. We're going to be playing Mistonia today. And then there's question marks, but possibly tomorrow too. I had jury duty, and today was supposed to be the first day of it. And I went and I waited. I was early. An hour later, I was still waiting. There was 3 of us, not all of us. And then we had already tried calling and reaching out, so about 30 minutes after that, we called again, and someone finally answered. And they settled out of court, so they didn't need us. Apparently, they tried reaching out to us. I didn't get a message. I checked my phone. They said they emailed us. They said they called us. I didn't have anything, so I guess it just didn't go through to me. But hey, I don't know if that means my regular work schedule is going to get put back into place. I already told them it happened, so we're going to see. This was supposed to be the month I was on a jury trial, and I was excited to try something new, although it was also anxious inducing at the same time. Here we are. So I don't have it, but I'm home, and we did a lot of stuff this week. And this weekend specifically, we went to Iron Lung on Saturday, had a lot of fun watching that. It's always a good time watching Markiplier. Sunday we had tickets to the Valley Suns, not the Phoenix Suns, the Valley Suns, which is like their G League. So we got to watch that, and then after that we also went to Tina the musical. So we saw a Tina Turner musical. And then we watched all of Bridgerton Saturday night. I forgot about that. So we're completely caught up on Bridgerton. I've watched Iron Lung. We went to a musical. We did a lot. This was a pretty active weekend for us. I was gonna stream a little bit, but there was so much going on I didn't get around to it. So here we are back to Mistonia. We have finished 1 chapter of Ascot's story thus far, and currently we are finding out that he's a sussy boy. He's a bit sus. He's been acting sus the whole time. I really think he's from Brindleland at this point. We're gonna find out. I plan to play for at least 4 hours. We'll see how I feel after 4 hours, if I'll stay around a bit longer or not. I was going to try and start earlier, but my brain. I hit audio. Auto. A few days had passed since Ascot and I had started pretending to be lovers. Oh yeah, they're doing that weird thing. And so she can get closer to the queen. Without being so obvious, because he already knows her secrets, which, by the way, I have a beverage. I'll cover most of it, but it's not the beverage I want. Unfortunately, I don't have anything else just lying around the house. I do have water, which is great. I need to restock on energy drinks, because that's usually what I drink when I'm streaming. Just for a shot of energy. We'll see how it goes. Oh yeah, it's good. I've compiled my household's thoughts on the day's security setup. The way it was worded. Once I get Edward's approval, I'll submit an official request. Alfred and Linus were in the parlor where meetings were usually held, talking about the exhibition after the Five Houses conference had ended. Edward, whom I had just seen in the hallway, had been summoned by the household's head, Edmund. Thus he wasn't here at the moment. Forgive my intrusion. The tea is growing cold. I shall prepare a refill. I stayed nearby, pretending to be a mere maid, as I eavesdropped on their conversation to gain new intel. There doesn't seem to be any valuable info, but the Five Houses seem busier than before. It must have had something to do with the upcoming exhibition. Edward worked at the estate tirelessly every single day. I think that's all for today. Their conversation had wrapped up while I had been lost in thought. Linus gulped down the tea I had made. I've had a lot of thinking to do lately. Oh, right. Linus placed the cup on the table, then turned to face me. I had just walked closer to him. Rose, how's the city been looking lately, in your opinion? Have you noticed any disturbances or odd happenings when going to the city on errands? The city? I wasn't expected to be asked something. It wasn't a big deal, so I responded calmly. Nothing in particular. Everything seems to be as normal as always.
そっか。
I see. Linus took a moment to think about my answer. Is something on your mind that troubles you?
ああ、うん。最近渡りガラスの活動が活発になってきていてさ。
Yes, the Ravens have been a lot more active as of
今の
late.
ところ事件は起きていないけど、油断もできない情勢だ。君も
Ooh.
外出するときは十分に気をつけて。
There haven't been any incidents so far, but things remain volatile. Be careful when you head out.
そうだな。語家に使えるものは嫌でも悪目立ちする。渡りガラスに限らず、どんな輩に目をつけられても。
Those who serve in the five houses inevitably draw attention. I just stretched out my legs in the blanket. I have two blankets on. How did I manage to expose my leg to the cold air of my room? I mean, I am sitting on one of them, but that doesn't matter. Those who serve the five houses inevitably draw attention. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens or other troublemakers start taking notice of you. Thank you for your concern. I will be sure to exercise the utmost caution when I'm going out. They nodded quietly, clearly agreeing that it was the best course of
羽
action.
刈りの件はエドワードが調査を進めているが、チェンジリングについてはあの人から全く情報が入ってこないな。
Okay. So wait, I thought the changelings was going to be his story. So why are they mentioning the ravens? I mean, I know the stories can get intertwined a bit, but they were talking about changelings not too long ago. I thought that was going to be the primary focus. They seem to be doing a more of a blend here. Edward is investigating the wing hunting incidents, but I haven't heard anything about the
ちゃんと
changelings.
調査してると信じたいところですけどね。
I want to believe that he's investigating
で
properly,
も困っ
but
たな。最近チェンジリングに関して妙な噂が広まってるのに。
strange rumors about changelings have been spreading recently. Strange rumors? I figured that asking outright would raise suspicion, so I followed the conversation as I tidied up the dishes.
例のチェンジリング
Love it,
を
love
守れ
it.
ばいい暮らしができるという
You mean the
意味のわからない
nonsensical
噂の
claiming?
ことか。
You mean the nonsensical one claiming that pretending to be a changeling guarantees you a better life?
そうなんですよ。噂が
Oh.
どうねじ曲がったのか。行方不明になったチェンジリングは今頃裕福な暮らしをしているなんてことになってて。
Oh, that reminds me. I know I mentioned it in Discord about a week or so ago. The Humble Bumble deal for the visual novel games expires in 2 days. I still haven't bought mine, if I'm being honest. I gotta still do that. But there's a bunch of good games in it. So if you wanted it, I think it's $12 and you get like all of it. So, you know, go now. Hurry. If you're watching this on YouTube, it might be too late. That one. The rumor got all twisted up. Now it has turned into a new rumor that says the missing changelings are living a rich life. Okay.
それもここ最近急速に広まった噂です。なんかちょっと広がり方が不自然な感じもしていて。
It only just started spreading quickly. It's kind of strange how fast it's gained traction.
できればアスコットさんがすでに調査済みか尋ねようと思ったんですけど、うっかりしてたな。
I planned on asking Ascot if he had already looked into it, but I totally forgot about it. The new rumor about the changelings might involve House Lindel. I thought there was a chance that changelings were being exploited after they got taken. I never expected people to think of it as in a good way. At the very least, it seems that changelings hadn't suffered any harm after disappearing.
エデンの子供たちの間でチェンジリングを名乗るのが変に流行ってるらしいんですよね。
Apparently, it's become some weird trend to claim that you're a changeling among the children of
不審
Eden.
に思う気持ちはわかるが、チェンジリングの件はあくまでリンデル一族の担当だ。
I get why you're suspicious, but the issue still is still the responsibility of House
いくらあの
Lindel.
人にやる気がなくとも、女王の自重の顔を潰すわけにはいかない。
No matter how disinterested you might be, the Queen's attendants cannot afford to tarnish his
事件性
reputation.
が明確でない以上、必要以上に干渉しようとするな。お前も警護周りの手配が忙しいのだろう。
The incident isn't clearly defined, so try not to interfere more than necessary. You've got your hands full with security arrangements, don't you?
それもそうですね。
I suppose you're right. The discussion about changelings seemed to have concluded. I was about to leave, disappointed, when Linus suddenly turned back to look at
アスコ
me.
ットさんで思い出したんだけど。ねえローズ、君熱心に口説かれてるって本当？
Speaking of Ascot, that reminds me, is it true that he's been seriously chasing you? The abrupt change in topic almost made me drop the dishes.
ライナス、突然何の話だ？
Where did that come from,
彼女も
Linus?
困惑しているぞ。
She's clearly troubled too.
朝リリー様に聞いたんですよ。彼女がアスコットさんの新しいお気に入りになったって。
I heard it from Lady Lily this morning. She said she'd become Ascot's new favorite.
それにうちの家の使用人たちもその話で盛り上がってたし。
The servants in my household were all buzzing with excitement over it as
上層
well.
階級の女性同士では、
Dear, oh
その手の
dear.
情報が流れるのが本当に早いな。
So good. The way that kind of gossip spreads amongst upper class women is impressive. Honestly, I agree with Alfred on this one. Realizing such rumors were already circulating everywhere was enough to make me feel
それ
faint.
でさ、実際は
So
どう？
what's really going on about that? How should I answer? I had been pondering how to stand my ground against Ascot these past few days. If I'm going to make use of Ascot, I need to master the art of flirtation. I had barely any experience dealing with the opposite sex since the incident 8 years ago. Only after arriving at the mansion had I begun interacting with more people. Like it or not, I had to acknowledge my lack of awareness when it came to anything outside of work. In that case,
私の恋愛小説を
my romance novels. Yes, if possible, I'd like to borrow a few more. The book you lent me was truly fascinating.
そっか。とうとうあんたもそういうのに興味が出てきたか。
Oh, well, looks like you've finally taken an interest in this kind of thing. Evelyn looked at me a little like a little proud parent watching her child grow up for some reason.
任せなさい。仕事が終わったら後で部屋に届けてあげる。
No problem. I'll bring a few to your room when I'm done with my work. Thank you. As a token of gratitude, how about I make you some homemade sweet...
それはいらない。
I saw that. Don't need any. Why? I can cook. You might find it interesting when I cook, but I can. Doot, 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 doot. Okay, it doesn't act like anything crashed, but it's... I'll have it open on here just in case. Is my thing working? Okay, mine was actually frozen, it looked like, on my screen. Weird. Okay, we're good. Evan lent me a novel that explored the back and forth flirting between a man and a woman.
殿方と距離を詰める方法？まあ、アスコット教と何かあったのかしら。
How to get closer to a gentleman. I guess something is going on between you and Lord Ascot. That's...
いいわ、教えてあげる。
Sure, I'll show you
あ
how.
なたはいつも真面目で頼りになるけど、たまには女性らしく甘えた姿を見せてあげるのも効果的かもしれないわね。
You're always so serious and reliable. Letting your softer, more feminine side out from time to time could be quite effective.
殿方は女性の思わぬ一面に心を弾ませるものだから。
Men are often quite
まあ、これ
captivated
は女性にも言えることだけれど。
by the unexpected side of women. Though I suppose this could apply to women as well. Men are often captivated by the unexpected side of women, though I suppose this could apply to women as well. What? That is very insightful, thanks. Whenever I got the chance to see Lily, I took the opportunity to gather information and learn more about the dynamics between men and women. Which is a lot, because she likes me. I thought I'd figured it out on my own, but I completely overlooked the need to explain my relationship with Ascot to those around me. We were technically a couple, but I wasn't sure whether or not we should make it public.
いやはや参ったよ。まさか私までエドマンド教に捕まってお説教されてしまうとはね。
This is unexpected. I never thought I'd be caught by Lord Edmund and be scolded.
父は事故にも他にも厳しい人ですから、どうかあまり刺激しないようにお願いします。アスコットさん。
My father tends to be strict both with himself and others. I'd appreciate if you could avoid provoking him, Lord Ascot. I was still unsure how to respond to Linus. Edward appeared after having been summoned by Edmund. Ascot, who had been elsewhere after the meeting followed.
はいはい。っておやローズじゃないか。ここにい
Sure,
た
sure.
んだ
Oh,
ね
Rose! Didn't expect to see you here, Lord Ascot. The moment he called my name, Ascot moved closer to
会議が終わってか
me.
ら君を探していたんだよ。どうやら入れ違いになってしまったみたいだね。
I've been trying to find you since the meeting ended. Looked like we missed each other. Do you have business with me?
釣れないことを言わないでおくれ。用事がなくては君に会いたいと思ってはいけないのかな
Don't be so cold, my dear. Am I not allowed to see you unless I have a reason? Ascot spoke boldly, unconcerned with who was present. Alfred and Linus gave him looks of disbelief. Edward, on the other hand,
そこまでにしてください。
that's enough,
Ascot-san.
Ascot. He intervened, stepping in as if to shield me from Ascot.
何のつもりかな
What are you up to, Ed?
彼女は我が屋敷の大切な使用人です。
She's an important servant in my
とても有
household.
能。いえ、仕事ができるだけじゃない。先日別の屋敷の給仕に糾弾されているシャルロッテを助けたとも聞きました。
She's incredibly capable and not just at her job. I heard she even helped Charlotte when she was being reprimanded by the servants of another household the other day.
仲間思いで同僚にも慕われている。そんな彼女、いつものようにあなたの遊び相手にされるのは困ります。
She's considered and respected by her peers. I don't want to see her turn into your usual plaything.
うん。
Edward made his point, tone sharp. The room was tense. This is so typical of Edward, but I'm sure Ascot will just laugh it off. That was what I thought, at least.
どうして
Doste. Why?
君にそんな風に指図されなくてはいけないのかな
Why do I have to be told what to do by you, like this? Ascot's mood flipped. In an instant, he wore a displeased look I had never seen on him before. The others appeared just as shocked watching the scene unfold, with expressions of disbelief. Edward's eyes widened. He seemed caught off guard by Ascot's reaction. Then he swiftly regained his sense of demeanor.
無粋な真似をして申し訳ありません。ですが、私には主人として彼女を守る義務があります。
I apologize for my rudeness. As her employer, however, I have a duty to protect her. His words carried no signs of yielding. Ascot's frown
そ
deepened.
れではまるで私が彼女に害を及ぼす輩のように聞こえるけれど
Are you suggesting that I'm someone who would cause her harm?
先日、あなたをめぐる人情沙汰にローズが巻き込まれたと聞きました。
I heard Rose was caught up in a violent incident involving you the other
一歩
day.
間違えれば彼女が被害に遭うところだった。
If things had gone
それは事実でしょ。
awry, she could have been harmed. Isn't that a fact? Lord Edward, I appreciate the concern, but this could end our relationship if it dampens Ascot's mood. If that happens, there's a risk that my real motives will be uncovered, but I had no idea how to make Edward stop being so wary.
まったく
Oh dear, as I nervously watched them.
エド君は本当に真面目だね
You really are such a serious guy, Ed. Ascot's smile returned to his
君
face.
の気持ちはわからなくはないけれど彼女は君の娘ではないんだよ過剰な心配は当人も重荷に感じるのではないかな
I get where you're coming from, but she's not your daughter. Excessive worry might end up being a burden to her.
それでも
Still,
前提として私は遊び相手として彼女を誘ったのではないよ
if a watch streak of 25 streams blew, my goodness. What's my opinion of him so far? I'm excited to see how he turns out, honestly. Because he was creepy in the first chapter, and I knew he had a secret, right? It's very obvious in the way they wrote him, and he's always disappearing. But I like it. I like that he's got a creepy side. I like darkness. I don't know. I am the problem. I'm like, oh, he smiles like a demon? Hot. We'll see though. We'll see how he turns out. Like the flirtation sounds like it's more of a facade, which means he's not as creepy as he initially came off. We'll see. Like, I get the vibe that he's not the worst thing in the world, right? Right? We'll find out if he's a changeling and if we're from Frindeland. We'll find out. Also, how are you, Blue? Let me make this clear. I didn't ask her out as my plaything.
それはどういう意味でしょう
What do you mean by that?
私は対等な相手として彼女と本気で向き合いたいと思っているのさ。
I genuinely want to treat her as an equal. Right? That was likely a reference to his provocation the other day. Use me for everything I'm worth. I went along with it and ended up pretending to be his lover. The fact that he wasn't stating it outright meant he had no intentions of making it public at the
それに
moment.
私に応じるかどうかは君ではなくて彼女が決めるべき。そうではないかな。
It's so cold over here, my nose is suffering. I am so sorry. It's so not cold over here that I wore a jacket outside yesterday and was sweating an hour into my day and regretted wearing a jacket. But in my house, it's cold. Because we're cold-blooded people. And we turn the AC on. Although actually it could be colder right now. I have 2 blankets on my legs, but my hands feel warm, so it's usually a sign it could be colder. It's up to her, not you, whether or not she'll go along with it, right?
それはそうかもしれませんが
You may have a point.
まあひとまずはお試し期間ということで。
Let's treat it as a trial period for now. He interrupted this and as approval. He interpreted this as approval and swiftly moved past Edward, closing in on me once more.
使用人思いのご主人を怒らせるような真似だけはしない。
I won't do anything that would anger any employer who cares about his
そ
servant.
の約束だけは守ってみせるから。どうかまた私とひとときを過ごしてくれないだろうか、ローズ。
I'll keep that promise for sure. Would you consider spending a little more time with me, Rose? Lord Ascot. Please, take a step back. He basically is asking me out on a date. I'd love to jump at the chance for info, but if I give in too easily here, I'll lose Edward's trust. I could be suspected of trying to get close to the 5 houses too. I had to respond in a way that wouldn't kill Ascot's mood and still keep him intrigued. She's like, oh, me? But I'm such a demure little person who's not suspicious at all. I'm unable to give you an answer right now. I'll need a bit more time to properly respond to your invitation. I'll give you my reply in another time. Is sending my response by letter acceptable?
ラブレターということかな。
A love letter.
少しばかり
Oof.
古典的な気もするけれど、逆に新鮮かもしれない。悪くないやりとりだね。
The real question is, does he have like 2 sirs? So Alfred's route would have 2s. So even though like you got it and you're like, oh, I got the right answer, it'd be like the other option would give you 2. I've been making the wrong choice this entire time. We'll play through it a little bit, go back and see. If it gives me 2, then I might go back to the first choice. A love letter. That's a bit old-fashioned, but it could be a kind of refreshing. Not a bad way to go about it.
君がどういう手紙を書いてくれるのか、とても興味があるな。
I'm curious to see what kind of letter you'd write more than anything. I will do my best to write it in a way that will satisfy you, Lord Ascot.
そんなに気負わなくていいさ。私は君が君自身の意志で紡いだ言葉を読みたいだけ。
Don't pressure yourself. I just want to read your
伝え
words.
たいことをそのまま書いてくれればいいよ。
Just write down what you want to convey exactly as it is. Thank you for your consideration.
君が素敵な返事をくれることを今から楽しみにしてい
I'm
る。
excited to read the lovely reply you'll send.
それじゃあ私はこれで。
Alright, I'll be on my way. Also, let's make sure my options. I did check my options, by the way, before I started, but it's on skip red. So if it switches again, this game's just broken. Yeah, load that. I'll consider it. Could you have some time to think it through? Since I know you're being sincere, I cannot give you a hasty
なる
answer.
ほど。そういうことなら、
Yeah.
返事をせかすわけにはいかないね。
I see. I won't rush you if that's the case. Thank you for your understanding. I'll be sure to answer saying my response by letter
構わない
acceptable.
よ。少し時間を空けた方が、こちらとしても楽しみが増すからね。
That's fine with me. Waiting a little will only add to the anticipation.
それじゃあ、
Okay, he didn't like that. I picked the right answer the first time. Which reminds me, I can't find my copy of Battlefield Waltz. I bought it. I did. I own it now.
それじゃあ、私はこれで。君が誘いに応じてくれるのを期待してる。
I'll be on my way. I hope you accept my invitation. Ascot left the parlor with a satisfied smile. An awkward silence filled the room. I silently vented my anger at Ascot, who had left alone.
驚いたな。あの人のあんな態度は初めて見た。
I'm surprised. This is the first time I've seen him act
で
like
すよ
that.
ね。どんなことがあってもいつもひょうひょうとしてるのに。
He's always so laid back no matter what happens. The others started talking one after another. They didn't seem suspicious of me at all. I'm glad I managed to keep Ascot's interest from fading for now. Was that really the first time you saw Lord Ascot behave that way?
ああ、私も驚いているよ。思えば、私が割って入った瞬間から、
I'm
何か
surprised
様子が
too.
おかしかったの。
Things were off the moment I walked in, now that I think about it.
お前がアスコットを止めるのはいつものことだ。今さら何かしらの怒りに触れたとは思えないが。
You're always the one who stops Ascot. I don't think you've done anything that
これ
upset
ばか
him.
りは本人のみぞ知る。ですね。でもロズ、返事はどうするの？
But this is something only he himself knows the That aside, Rose, what are you going to do about your reply? I just said I needed time to think. How would I know 5 seconds later?
もし断りにくいなら、私からアスコットさんに伝えておくけれ
Oh
ど。
my gosh, Ed. Calm down. I'm curious as well, as if it's too hard for you to refuse, I can also let Ascot know on your behalf. No, this invitation was extended by Lord Ascot personally. I believe proper etiquette is to respond personally as well, whether or not I accept.
それもそうか。
Because I'm a
君らしい考
lady.
えだね。
Drinking a drink I don't.
こ
I
の
mean,
件
that's
は
so
もう
good.
口出ししないよ。でも何かあったら、すぐに相談しておくれ。
Love it. I love seltzer water. I get it. That sounds like you. I won't interfere with this anymore, but if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you for being so thoughtful. I bowed slightly to Edward before brewing some tea. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat strange until the discussion wrapped and we parted ways. I went to my room later that night, went over everything that had happened today. I'm glad I didn't jump to answer. Who knows what he might have done if I had gone along with the invitation without a plan. I want to use Ascot, but I don't have the skill or tricks to mess with him, just like Goneril said. As for the changeling thing, I still wasn't sure if there was any link to House Lindel. I have no other option but to continue being Ascot's pretend lover. A quick flex wouldn't work. Fix wouldn't work. Flex might. If I wanted to toy with Ascot, I might have to go further than ever imagined. What if I tricked myself into actually falling for Ascot? Ascot would definitely see through something like that, but we must both have something up our sleeves. The fact that he hasn't reported my true identity to the 5 houses or the queen means he's hiding something as well. Even if I fail, as long as he's willing to accept it as quality playtime, the instant those words escape my lips.
バカだろお前。よりにもよってあいつに色ごとで挑むなんて。
Are you an idiot? Why would you challenge him on something like love? Obrion flew out of the pocket watch in the form of a robin. He had figured out what I was thinking. Are you against my decision, Obrion?
反対ってわけではないが、呆れてはいるな。
I don't exactly oppose it, but I'm pretty exasperated. The wrong button.
確認するが、本気で言ってるのか？あのアスコットを狙うなら、それ相応の覚悟がいるぞ。
Are you serious about this? If you're going after Ascot, you need to be prepared. Of course. If it brings me closer to my goals, I'll even use my womanly wiles to see things through. I've already made up my mind to risk
いや
everything.
違う、そうじゃない。
Not.
俺が言いたいのは、
No, that's not it. What I'm saying is. Obrion stopped mid sentence. Obrion.
まあいい。忠告はした。あとはお
Obrion's
前
not
次
here to
第。
teach you.
あっけなくあいつに飲まれてくれるなよ。
Whatever I've said my piece. The rest is on you. Just don't let yourself get devoured by him too easily, alright? And with that, Obrion vanished. What was that all about? I can tell that Ascot is a dangerous man just by looking, but it didn't change the fact that I needed to be on guard. I made sure to keep Obrion's warning in mind. Just you wait, Ascot Lindel. I will make full use of you no matter what. Having sworn this to myself, I immediately wrote a letter accepting Ascot's invitation. Dear Ascot Lindel, thank you so much for inviting me somewhere, maybe. Ascot's response came swiftly, and we set up a time to meet on our next day off. I felt more at ease in my usual attire, so I went with that this time.
君は気が進まないだろうけど、私と君が恋人同士であることを公言する日もそう遠くはないかもしれないね。
I know you're not exactly keen on it, but the day we go public with our relationship may not be as far off as you think. I wouldn't mind reporting it to Lord Edward at once if it were up to me. After we met up again, I said something unexpected. Ascot looked at me surprised.
君らしくないね。どういう気まぐれかな？
That's not like you. What's behind the sudden change? It's not sudden. Keeping our relationship a secret means I won't be able to be with you openly, Lord Ascot.
ふーん。
My eyes brimmed with tears. In an attempt to look as sincere as possible, Ascot snorted, clearly
そう
finding
い
it
うこと
amusing.
なら、その丁寧な言葉遣いはやめてくれるか
If
な？
that's the case, can you drop the formalities?
今の私と君は貴族と竹のメイドではなく、ただの男と女。恋人なのだからね。
As someone who
気兼ね
just
なく接してくれるかな？
binge watched all of Bridgerton, the maid aspect has a whole new meaning now. We're not a noble and a maid from another household anymore. We're lovers, just a man and a woman. So how about you act more casually? Guess I don't have much choice here. I understand. Got it. Can I call you Ascot then?
喜んで、ローズ。
Who would be in the love triangle with Ascot? It's Jack. I keep saying no, it's John. It's John. John's the triangle. I don't know how it's gonna play out. I don't know. The triangles aren't very triangular. It's not triangular enough. With pleasure, Rose. He bowed gracefully, then took my hand and walked beside me. I'm not sure if I'm handling this right. It's all new to me. I tried to act sweetly, just as Lily suggested. However, I couldn't help but worry how it looked to others. It's already started. I have no choice but to carry on. In true Ascot fashion, he adjusted his pace to match mine, always a charmer. I looked up at him and asked a question. Are we going shopping today?
そうだね。博覧会の下見も兼ねてという名目で。
Yes, we can call it an excuse to check out the exhibition early.
この間、君も聞いただろうけど、あまり恋にうつつを抜かしていると、エド君やそのお父上がうるさくてね。
I still think they could have gave him some booty cheeks. I just don't. I'm sure you heard the other day, but if I get too caught up in love, Ed and his father will start making noise. I see. Ascot was already being questioned for neglecting the changeling investigation. He probably wanted to avoid further scrutiny.
ローズ、男性とこうして歩いた経験は？
Rose, have you ever walked beside a man like this before? Nope. I've never done it before. This is the first time.
それは光栄だね。では今日はできる限り、君の初めてを奪わせて。
Ooh, it's an honor. In that case, let me take as many of your first as I can. His soft whisper and unfamiliar words instantly made my cheeks flush bright red. I nearly tensed up instinctively. But
こうして腕を組んで街中を歩くのも、 今までしたことがないのでは？
Look, walking down the street, arms linked like this, is a first for you, isn't it? Ascot seized my hand and pulled me closer with a gentle tug. Ascot. I was caught off guard by his sudden move and how close he had gotten.
何かな？ああ、もしかして。もっと別の初めてを想像した？
What's the matter? Were you imagining a different kind of first? She's like more offended. His teasing made my cheeks heat up for an entirely different reason. I knit my brows, though unwilling to be toyed with. I was not. I can handle this just fine, do you know? I leaned into Ascot, responding to his challenge.
ムキになっている姿も可愛いね。君が自分から積極的になってくれるのは私もとても嬉しいよ。
Oh, you're cute when you get all worked up. Seeing you so proactive makes me happy. He's obviously just toying with me. Ascot would have the upper hand at this rate, and I would be the one who gets used. I need to shift the conversation. In order to deepen their bond, a man and a woman need to understand each other. Oh, well, or so I read in that novel. In that case, what do you get up to when you're not wrapped up in House Lindel's work?
おや、ようやく私に興味を持ってくれたのかな？
Oh, have you finally taken an interest in me? Yes, the only thing I know for sure is that you're the acting head of House Lindel. I want to get to know the real you better. Ascot narrowed his eyes at me, then spoke while looking aside.
そうだね。こうしてふらふらと街中を歩いてはいろいろな店を探しているかな。その時々の流行を知るのが好きでね。
I often wander around the city like this, visiting various shops. I enjoy keeping up with the latest trends.
あとはそう。よく書物を読んでいるよ。その物語ならではの世界に没入すると。
I wish. I have. Okay, I got a book because we're doing a book club with my friend. I think I'm on page 10. It's like 600 pages. I told myself I had to read 30 pages a day, and that was like a week ago. I continue to hate the taste of those. I have yet to find a drink I just like. I have Smirnoffs, actually. Probably shouldn't drink one of those right now. It's like, come to think of it, wait. I read quite a lot too. Once I get lost in a story's world, I tend to lose track of time. We also bought Wuthering Heights because we wanted to read the books before we watched the movies because we never read them as kids, which is, I think, when everybody typically reads Wuthering Heights. We're not too big on the oldies, for books at least, so. I didn't see that coming. I always thought he was indifferent to normal people's affairs. That's so weird. He had appeared to have a rather distinct view of people as a whole during that incident at the park. I'm so grateful to have a topic to talk about. What kind of books do you like to read?
傾向問わずいろんな本を読むけれど、最近はとある劇作家が書いた四大悲劇がお気に入りかな。
I read 50 Shades series in freshman year. That's wildly inappropriate for you, Blue. I never read 50 Shades. I think I read the first Twilight. And then I had the rest of the Twilights like summarized to me. The last like series that I like read, I didn't even finish Harry Potter. Ooh, fun fact, I never finished Harry Potter. I think it was Goblet of Fire. No, it wasn't Goblet of Fire. I think it was the Half-Blood Prince. Is that after? What's after Goblet of Fire? Oh gosh, Harry Potter. See. Order of the Phoenix. Oh no, it was Half-Blood Prince. Okay, Half-Blood Prince. Yeah, that's the right order. I stopped reading it. I got so annoyed with Carrie being such a dick. And I found out why later, right? Everyone found out why. But I was like, he is too absorbed in himself. He is being too about himself. He's accusing all his friends of like not caring about him. He needs to chill the fuck out. And I just couldn't read it. I stopped reading it. And my sister's like, oh, it's because of this. And I was like, sucks, I guess. Sucks. I just couldn't handle how annoying he was becoming with like, it's all about me. And I'm like, oh gosh. Is it still? Like, people are dying, Harry. I read all the kind of books regardless of genre lately. I've taken a liking to the 4 great tragedies by a certain playwright. There was a vampire series I read when I was a kid that I liked. I think it was called The Last Vampire. I think I only read the first 2, and I think there's like more than that, and I didn't even know. The Last Vampire. Series? Question mark? Yeah. Written by Christopher Pike. The Last Vampire. It has 6 books total. I know for sure I read the first 2. That one would be a good adaptation for a TV show. The very first book really, really gave Underworld vibes. Yeah. That's a good one. I'd recommend it. Want to read a random book. I haven't read it since I was a child, but I don't know why my library had it, honestly. It really wasn't. It was a school library, to be clear. I read all kinds of books regardless of genre. Lately, I've been taking a liking to 4 great tragedies by a certain playwright. Oh, I've come across that book at the bookstore. Is it really that engaging? It explores humanity well enough to keep even me satisfied. I don't mind lending you a copy if you're curious. I appreciate it. Although his love of books surprised me, using this as a way to grow closer didn't seem like a bad idea. Do you feel like you've uncovered a bit more about me, or do you have more questions? Like, say, the rumors you've heard about me around the city. Which rumor do you mean? Too many to count, Especially all the talk about your love life. He probably knew that already, so I didn't bother saying it. Well, here's a fun one. Apparently, I'm the long-lost child of a former head of House Lindel. That's news to me. Is that just a rumor? It makes for an amusing tale, but there's no way that it's true. I'm simply the most powerful member of House Lindel, that's all. Where is House Lindel? Ascot? Where are all of your people? Had that been true, the fight for the position of house head would have been a bloodbath, as it has in some other households. Is that sort of thing common among noble households? I can't imagine turning on one's family like that. Back in the village, everyone in my household had been warm and kind. They willingly followed my father's decision to protect me and help me escape. About that, the so-called former head. A shadow moved past us just as Ascot was about to continue. I just heard that sound like, paint! Must paint! The South Park clip. Oh my god. It was an elderly humane. He must have been very old. He could barely walk even with a cane. It's quite rare to see an elderly humane walking around this area. Most humanes belong to the middle class or higher. Given his well-tailored attire, he probably came from a household that employed servants. And yet he walked alone. Not a single servant was in sight. I looked to Ascot, seeking his agreement, but my eyes widened in surprise. Oh, my goodness. He's got a fang he's hiding. The gentle way he usually smiled with his eyes had completely reversed. It was the same displeased look he had shown at the Bernstein estate. I had never seen this expression on him before. But the air around him completely shifted. Absurd as it sounded, I genuinely questioned whether or not the man before me was truly Ascot. His eyes were laced with nothing but pure hostility and disdain aimed at the fragile old man. The atmosphere grew so tense that it felt as though the air itself would freeze solid. No ordinary demi-fae should have been capable of exuding such an intense aura. Ascot? The sight was so strange. Unsure of what else to do, I called out to him.
ローズ
What is it, Rose? With a single blink, his expression turned to normal. Was it just my imagination? A member of the Five Houses like him had no reason to glare at a complete stranger, least of all an old man. The last thing I wanted was to ask him if he were glaring at a humane on a mere guesswork and annoy him. It's nothing. Let's keep looking around the city.
ああ、すまないね。ぼーっとしていたら、あっという間に日が暮れてしまう。私も君との逢瀬をもっと楽しみたい。
Oh, my bad. If I keep spacing out, the day will slip away in an instant. I'd like to enjoy our time together. What exactly was it that I just saw in Ascot? I decided to set that thought aside until after our date and continued strolling with him.
うん。この店のリボンは君の髪と瞳によく似合う。どうかな？一つ遅らせてもらっても？
A gift. The ribbon in the shop would suit your hair and eyes beautifully. May I offer you one as a gift? No, I'd rather pick one out and buy it myself.
私が君に送り、その身を彩りたいんだ。どうか恋に溺れる哀れな男の小さな願いを聞き届けておくれ。
I just want to see you adorned in something that I chose for you. Won't you indulge a small request from a hopelessly smitten man? Ascot swiftly made the purchase before I could even reach for my wallet. Then he handed me the ribbon he had bought.
髪につけるも服につけるも君の自由だ。けれど、いつかそのリボンをつけている姿を私に見せてくれるかな？
You can wear it however you like, in your hair, on your clothes, anywhere. Will you let me see how it looks on you one day? Thank you. The ribbon glimmered beautifully, mirroring the color of Ascot's eyes. He really does have a lot of self-confidence. You normally wouldn't give such a gift to a fake lover.
ある程度の店は回れたし、君にこうして贈り物もできて、私はそれなりに満足したかな。
We've been to a fair number of shops, and I even gave you a gift. Got to give you a present. I'd say I'm fairly satisfied.
君はどう？他に行きたい場所はあるかな？
Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Or maybe you have a
何か聞
question?
きたいことがある？
A question? There's no point asking about the queen directly. He'll just dodge it, or so I
今日
thought.
は我らが陛下のことを何も聞かないの
Aren't you
か
going to ask me about the queen? I flinched when Ascot brought up the issue on his own. I scanned the area. Fortunately, no one was around to overhear us since we were under the shop's eaves. He brought it up himself, or is this his way of giving me the go-ahead? If so, maybe I should take the opportunity. But asking outright seemed too dangerous, so I should pretend to be jealous. Ooh. This makes very little sense since he knows this arrangement is purely beneficial and not romantic in nature. So the idea of pretending to be jealous is so weird, but also sweet talking him. Are we even a good actress? Just what kind of relationship do you have with the Queen, Ascot? If your bond is too strong, I might just find myself getting jealous of her. I press the matter as his lover. It's only a guess, but hearing the one she adores speak of another will surely sting when a woman is in love. But relying on my imagination and what I'd read in books, I somehow managed to put on the right expression and look up at Ascot. Worked. We did it.
へえ。
Jealousy sharply comes off as a joke. It came off as something. We got one. Oh. Ascot's eyes lit up with amusement, seeing a side of me he had never seen
君
before.
がそんな愛らしいことを言ってくれるとは、恋人冥利に尽きるね。
Hearing you say something so adorable makes me feel truly lucky as your lover.
ではこれは、一瞬でも私を驚かせてくれたお礼。
Consider this my thanks for surprising me, even if only for a second. With that, Ascot brought his lips closer to my cheek. His fingers brushed my face, bold and unhesitating. Ascot let out a soft giggle as he watched me instinctively
正
jump
して
back.
朝に飛びつかない、その気高さと頭の回転に対して、 君のうぶさはどうにもならないようだね。
You're clever and dignified not falling for simple bait, but that innocence of yours is another matter
で
entirely.
も今の返しは気に入ったよ。少しだけなら私とあの方のことを教えてあげよう。
I like your response just now, though. I suppose I can tell you a little about my relationship with Her Majesty. How very kind of you. I expressed my gratitude, acting as if I were completely
陛下
unshaken.
と私はある種の運命と言える関係でね。離れたくても離れられないんだよ。
No. I was picturing something more like in tandem, like if she dies, he dies. But he was there after the whole thing. Her Majesty and I share a bond that could be called fate. We couldn't part even if we wanted to. So you can't be apart. Do you mean that as an emotional
そう言えな
sense?
くもないし、物理的な意味もあるんだよ。
You're not entirely wrong, but there is a physical aspect to it too.
まあこんな言い方をするとどこかの誰かが怒りそうだけれどね。
Phrasing it like that might upset a certain someone. He winks at me. I only felt a slight pang of jealousy. That doesn't mean I'm angry. I assumed he was talking about my jealousy, but oddly enough, he didn't seem too happy about it himself.
ん？ああ、今のは、いや気にしないで。ちょっと
Oh,
したざれ
forget
だ
I
けだ
said anything, just me rambling. Could it be that you dislike being the queen's attendant?
切り込んでくるね。それに関しては。
You don't hold back, do you? About that. Okay, so a horse is galloping towards us at speeds of, I don't know, 50 miles per hour? How fast does a horse run? Horse, top speed. Go. 55! Ah! Whoa! The sound of something slicing through the air suddenly echoed back around the space. Followed by the voice, we turned in the direction it came from.
全員逃げろ！暴れ出した馬車の馬がこっちに突っ込んでくるぞ！
Run! The horse pulling the carriage is out of control. It's coming straight for us. It's coming straight for us! What? The horse was already upon us by the time I heard the man's warning. It's too late. I'm dead. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable impact.
ローズ、こ
But
ちらへおいで。
come here, Rose. Before I knew it, Ascot had pulled me into an embrace from behind just a heartbeat later. The pain I'd braced for never came. Instead came a hoarse, desperate cry followed by a deafening crash. I opened my eyes fearfully wondering what had happened. The rampaging horse collapsed before my very eyes, unconscious and foaming at the mouth. What just happened? I turned to Ascot to ask him what happened, since he had probably seen the events unfold. However, I'm seeing it, but I don't see anything. The sensation was nothing like that eerie shiver I'd felt when he had glared at the old man. This was something else entirely. A deep primal fear took hold of me, something I had felt somewhere before. Ascot's view would surely be filled with numerous people wounded in the horse's frenzy, but his lips curled into a hideous smile as if the pain of others brought him joy. He must have sensed my fear and turned to face me, not bothering to mask his
どうしたん
feelings.
だいローズ。ほら、今度はきちんと君も周りの人も助けただろ。
What's the matter, Rose? Look, I saved you and everyone else, didn't I?
なのにどうしてそんな
Ah,
化
not
け
only.
物を見るような顔をしているのかな。
Why are you staring at me like that? It's as if you're staring at a monster. Ascot's grip on my shoulder tightened and I flinched away afraid.
ダメだよ。そんな怯えた表情を見せられたら。
That's not good if you make a face like that, all
とて
scared.
も美味しそうに見える。無邪気で残酷な妖精に頭からばっくりと食べられてしまうよ。
You look absolutely delicious. What if an innocent but nonetheless cruel fate decided to gobble you up, starting from the top? I wrenched my arm free from Ascot's hand, sensing real danger. What in the world did you do to that horse? How did you manage to stop it?
それはリンデル由来の力を使ったから。と言っても、君は納得してはくれなさそうだね。
I used the power of House Lindel, but I'm guessing you won't believe that. I knew that he was a demi-fae from one of the powerful 5 houses, but demi-fae normally revealed their wings when using their powers. I didn't see him summon his wings before I closed my eyes and the horse fell. It was just about impossible for a demi-fae to use their power without summoning their
実
wings.
際のところ力は使っていないよ。私はただ、君を守るために立っていただけさ。
The truth is I didn't use any power. I just stood there and protected you. You're lying. You're not a mere demi-fae, are you? You couldn't make a horse collapse just like that if you were. Ascot stared at me intently as I voiced the question that weighed on me. Then, as though he had figured something
ま
out,
あ、世間が言うように弱くはないよ。
well, I'm definitely not as weak as people claim. He shrugged and smiled, his usual expression returning. Digging deeper could be dangerous. I wrestled with the idea of asking my question.
アスコット様、このような場所におられたのですか。
Lord Ascot, why are you in a place like this? Whoa, he's on a date, sir. A young man rushed towards us, coming straight to the place where we stood. An acquaintance of yours?
多分
I guess.
君は誰だったかな
Who are you?
あ、はい。私ですよ、私。書斎の管理を任されているリンデルのものです。
It's me, from House Lindel. I'm the one responsible for managing the study.
おや、君がそうか。すまないね。すっかり忘れていたよ。
Oh, it is. My apologies. I totally forgot. It's one thing to forget a servant's face, but forgetting someone from your own household, that's unthinkable. He was so unlike Edward and the others that I couldn't help but feel exasperated and forgot my entire
陛下のア
fear.
スコット様をお呼びです。
My fear
至
entirely.
急王宮へ向かって
My earlier
く
fear.
ださい。
Her Majesty's calling for you. Please head to the royal palace immediately.
私は今見ての通り、愛する恋人とのデートの途中なのだけれども。
As
そ
you
の
can
用事は
see,
急ぎなのかい
I'm currently on a date with my beloved. Is the matter really so urgent?
はい。陛下からの使いは急ぎだと言っていました。
It is. Her Majesty's messenger said so.
そういう時に限って大した用事
Stretching.
じゃないんだよね。あの方の場合。けれどまあ、仕方ないか。
Stretching, 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 stretching. She always does this at times like this, and it's never actually that important, but I suppose there's nothing to be done about it. Ascot turned to me, where I had been listening, and sighed deeply in genuine annoyance. Is it?
すまないね、ローズ。名残惜しいけれど、今日はここまでにしよう。
I'm sorry, Rose. I wish we could continue this, but let's wrap it for today. He then took my hand and kissed the back of it. When he did this, the first time we met, I was surprised. At least I'm used to it now. Just got back from a little walk and my hands are freezing. Yeah, Blue said it's really cold there too, so... And I wore a jacket outside yesterday, and I had to take it off because it was too warm. Arizona. Those thoughts lingered in my mind as I sent him off with a bittersweet gaze, never dropping my role as his lover. Sure, I'll see you again soon. A blush warmed my cheeks. I believe I gave a fitting response for a woman in love.
送り届けられず、本当に申し訳ないけれど、この埋め合わせは必ずするから。
I regret not being
Yeah.
able to see you off, but I'll make sure to make up for it make it up to you for sure. Until then, take care. Ascot walked off, accompanied by the man from his household. I failed. I thought I'd be the one pulling the strings, but I was totally the puppet. I couldn't help but regret how immature my reaction had been as I made my way back to the mansion. It's not like I didn't gain anything. I feel like I understand Ascot a bit better. Even though he was good at confusing people, every now and then his emotions spill over. Looking back, I wasn't wrong about him glaring at that old man, or that one time with Edward either. He may let something slip up if I push his emotions a bit. I know based on the temperature your sister told me I would die during your summer heat. Like, listen, it is, let's see, let's Google it. Temperature. Please? What did I spell wrong? It'll figure it out. It's right now 78 degrees with a low of 53. That is in Fahrenheit. My thing does not translate to Celsius right here, and I don't have that math in my head right now. But yeah, and then it's gonna be in the 60s and then the 50s a little bit. We'll see in the month to come, but yeah. How much did you say it was? Right now it's 78 degrees and the low is 53. Tomorrow it's going to be 81 degrees. The lowest temperature we have is next Wednesday. It's going to be 61 degrees, and that's just because it's partially cloudy. I'll figure out why that fear I felt was strangely familiar. That would probably be 24 to 22 degrees Celsius. Let's see, temperature. Celsius. 26. It's 26. Living it up here. Maybe I'll figure out why the fear I felt was strangely familiar. Maybe he murdered your entire family. Why had I felt scared? And it felt so familiar, as if I had known it all along. It's our summer temperatures that's where I start to feel hot. Our summer temperatures get to the 110s, and I hate it. I hate it so much. I was unable to grasp its true nature. Suddenly, I found myself standing in front of the Bernstein mansion, where I belonged. No, yeah, it's hot. Thank you so much for allowing me a day off. I shall resume my duties as a maid tomorrow.
ああ、念のために確認するが、アスコット様に無礼な振る舞いはしなかっただろうな。
I'm counting on you, and just to be sure, you didn't behave rudely toward Lord Ascot, did you? I don't believe so. Something minor occurred, but he seemed satisfied when he left.
そうか。ならばいい。明日に備えて早めに休むように。
I see. That's good then. Make sure you get some rest for tomorrow. I shall. I bowed before leaving Nicholas's office. The instant I stepped out, I heard a yell. It was as if they had waited for that exact moment.
いたいたローズ。今日のデートどうだったの？詳しい話を聞かせてもらうわよ。
There you are, Rose. How was your date today? You have to tell us everything.
お茶とお菓子を用意したから部屋でゆっくりお話ししませんか？
I made tea and snacks. How about we go to your room and chat? Sure. Jams. Evelyn and Charlotte were like a whirlwind, yanking me to my room without hesitation. I told them everything that had happened, that the date started to our party, never touching on my secret goal.
さすがアスコット様ね。堅物のあんたまで翻弄するなんて、ほんとスマートというか、手慣れてるわね。
As expected of Lord Ascot, he even got someone as formal as you all tangled up. He's really smooth.
口づけなんて、そういう言動が似合うのは物語の王子だけかと思ってました。
He really kissed the back of your hand? I always thought only princes in fairy tales did that sort of thing. A prince from a fairy tale. Well, his actions do fit the part, as long as you overlook his personality. What I just said, I remember now. I covered my mouth, my lips trembling. The fear I felt when I saw his eyes, that fear truly stemmed from. It was exactly the same when I first met Obriam. That was the same sensation. Fey blood flowed within me. I had certainly trembled in fear before the king who reigned over us. But how is that possible? Why do I feel that same sort of fear while with Ascot as I had with Obrion, who's a pure Fey? Could Ascot be the same power level as Obrion? Is that really possible?
ローズさんってば照れてる。そんなにアスコット様が素敵だったんですね。
You're blushing, Rose. Seems like Lord Ascot made quite the
この子はそん
impression.
な簡単になびかないと思っていたんだけど。
I didn't think you'd be that easy to
百戦錬磨の
charm.
男ってとこかしら。
But I suppose a seasoned heartbreaker can't be underestimated. The pair talked away tearfully, mistaking my anxiety for love. I mean, isn't that usually the case? Do I have anxiety or am I in love? Is that so normal? I knew it. Ascot's no normal demi-fae. I felt a deep conviction about his true nature, relying entirely on my sensations I remembered. A few days later, I headed out to buy a few things and shared the details of the recent incident with Gonrel.
まさか本当にあの男相手に恋人ごっこを挑むとはね。
I never thought you'd actually try to play. Sorry, had to reply to a message and I was just making sure. I never thought you would actually try to play the part of his lover.
しょんぼうやの胃に穴が開かなきゃいいけど。まあ、無謀だとは思うけど、止めはしないさ。あんたのその胆力と覚悟は嫌いじゃない。
I hope John Boy doesn't get too stressed about this. It's a bit reckless, but I won't stop you. I don't exactly hate how gusty and full of determination you are. I'm happy to hear that. John hasn't returned, has he? Has he?
ああ、うん。戻ってないよ。チェンジリングについての情報は少しずつこっちに送ってきてるけど。
He's not back yet. He sent me some information about the changelings here and there, though. Oh. I secretly checked the watch in my pocket, but it wasn't glowing. There was no message. It didn't seem like anything had happened to John. So do you think my instincts are on point?
あの旦那がユニーク以上の存在。ねえ。この国にそれほどの力を持った妖精は女王以外いないはずだけれど。
You're saying he's not just a demi-fae, right? There shouldn't be any fae with that kind of power in this country other than the queen. I know that, of course. But now that I think about it, Ascot doesn't seem to even recognize other people in his own household. The 5 houses highly value their power and purity of their bloodline, so it seems pretty strange.
そうだね。
You have a point. Goneril took my wild theory
ユ
seriously.
ニークか否かを判断するのはまだ早い。ユニークの中にもピュアに近い力を持つ者が稀にいるからね。
It's still too early to say whether or not he's a demi-fae. Sometimes a demi-fae has powers closer to that of a pure fae after all.
リンデル一族については私にも気にかかる箇所があるんだよ。
But there are things about House Lindel that concern me as well. What do you mean?
5家を敵に回すにあたってリンデル家の家系と歴史についてもざっと洗ったことがあるんだけど。
I did a quick study of House Lindel's background and history before you went up against the 5
他
houses.
の一族に比べて不透明というか資料自体が曖昧で適当だったのさ。
House Lindel is somewhat unclear when compared to other households. Records are vague and hastily put together.
わかりやすく言うと、だって親子間のつながりがほとんどない。代表はいつも推薦で決められている。
Put simply, the household representative is always decided by recommendation. There is no parent-child connection between them. Recommendation, even though they're the ones leading the households. Ooh, I'm leaning too far back, and I could have just what? That would have been funny. You would have seen so much as I fell backwards. It's like, my goodness. Even though they're the ones who leading households, from what I've heard, the head of the 5 houses weren't usually chosen by weren't usually chosen by inheritance but ability. It was all about power, and their reign usually only lasted a few
何
generations.
平和的だろう。下手に力の弱いやつを選んだりしたら、それこそお家の取り潰しの危機だ。
It's unusually peaceful, isn't it? If they pick someone too weak, the household would be in real danger of falling apart.
ってのに、どうしてリンデル一族は現状を良しとしているのかね。
I wonder, is House Lindel so connected with the current situation? That's the one thing we won't be able to understand unless we directly confront Ascot. How about we look into the rumors about him being involved in the kidnapping just so we can find the weakness we need? Do you think we could investigate the rumor about how pretending to be a changeling makes you rich too?
任せな。噂の出所について、私がエデンの子供たちに聞いておくよ。
Leave it to me. I'll ask the children from Eden where the rumor started. Please, the more resources we have, the better. I was more wary of Ascot than ever when I left Goneril's shop. I returned to the mansion and started arranging the flowers I'd picked up.
あらローズ、戻ってきていたのね。
Hi, you're back,
この後
Rose.
時間はある？私の部屋にお茶とお菓子を持ってきてくれないかしら。
Could you bring some fresh tea and sweets to my room if you're free? Certainly, I shall bring some to you right away. Here we go again. She's gonna pull me into a conversation while she has tea. I had made Lily tea so often that I had gotten pretty good at predicting what she would do next.
アスコット卿と出かけたと聞いて、エドが心配していたわよ。私もあの後どうなったか心配だったわ。
I heard that you went out with Lord Ascot. Ed was really worried. Honestly, I was worried, wondering how things went. Lily sipped her tea, wasting no time at all in getting straight to the point. I appreciate your concern. However, Lord Ascot was kind to me.
本当に？
Really?
実は私、あなたを危機として送り出した後、やはりあの方とデートなんて良くないんじゃないかと思ったの。
The truth is, I started to worry that going on a date with him may not have been the best decision after I happily sent you off. I see. May I ask why you felt that
ア
way?
スコット卿がふらふら女性と関係を持ち続けるのは、遊びのためだけではないと聞いたことがあるの。
I heard that Lord Ascot doesn't maintain relationships with women just for fun. Could you elaborate?
なんでもね、ティア様のための情報収集を兼ねているという話があって。
Apparently,
女
it's
性は意外
actually
と情報通だから。
part of his strategy for gathering information for Lady Tia. Women are surprisingly good sources for information. Gathering information for the queen, if that's true, did he approach me because he saw me as a threat? Does he want to get rid of me? But if that were true, I didn't understand why he hadn't reported me right away.
もちろん、アスコット卿のことですもの。自分の享楽のためというのもあるでしょうけど。
Well, it's Lord Ascot after all. He's probably doing it for his own pleasure too.
そんなお話もあるから、あの方が誰かを真剣に愛することを期待してはいけないわ。
We can't really expect him to genuinely love someone given all the rumors about
も
him.
しあなたが真剣に向き合おうとしても、きっと傷つくだけよ。
Even if you try to take him seriously, you still will only end up getting hurt. I do not possess any information that Lord Ascot would want, however.
あなたを通してバーンスタインの内情を探ろうとしているかもしれないわよ。
He might be trying to use you to get information about House Bernstein.
あの方は過去に私のことまでしつこく口説いてきて、本当に嫌な思いをしたことがあったの。
You flirted with me persistently in the past. It was such an unpleasant
私
experience.
にはもうずっと心に決めた人がいると言ったのに。
I told him I already had someone in mind, but my lady. She was certainly referring to her husband who had died. Flirting with her. He really does have no boundaries, or maybe he's after something.
私のことはいいわ。過ぎたことだから。でももしもアスコット卿があなたまで傷つけたら、私
I'm over it.
絶
It's all
対
in
に
the
許せない
past.
と思うわ。
But if he hurts you, I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive
恋
him.
も愛も自由なものだけれど、彼にのめり込まないよう 本当に気をつけてね、ローズ。
People are meant to experience love and romance freely, but really, Rose, just make sure you don't fall too deeply for him. Thank you, my lady. I shall keep your advice in mind. After I thanked her, I brewed some more tea, as it had gone cold.
ローズ、私と旦那様は今夜仕事で出かける。その間屋敷のことは任せる。仕事の内容はフィリップたちにも伝えてあるので確認を。
Rose, his lordship and I will be out on business tonight. You're in charge while we're gone. Phil and the rest have already been informed. Please check in with them. Understood. I'll take full responsibility for the house during your absence. When I returned to the study, I found Nicholas quickly packing his things. Then, in a gentle, delicate manner, my pocket watch seemed to warm briefly, and I couldn't help but glance at it. Luckily, Nicholas was too busy packing to notice. I guess it's a sign to meet up. Edmund and Nicholas would be away tonight. Edward had said he was going to bed early in order to prepare for work in the morning. This is a good opportunity to slip out. I want to share what I learned with John face to face. I wanted to know what he thought of Ascot's behavior since he was a man too. Long time no see, John. Did anything dangerous happen when you were looking into the changelings? Yeah. Go on, speak more. John didn't seem quite himself for some reason. He wouldn't respond with something like this. There was nothing to worry about if he were being his usual self. Something felt off, but I decided to focus on sharing my information first. Did Goneril tell you that I'm with Ascot now?
だがお前が決めたことなら俺は反対しない。
Yeah, that if that's part of your chosen, if that's the path you've chosen, I won't stand in your way. John's attitude had drastically changed from before. Before he had started his investigation, I was taken aback having expected a scolding. That's unexpected. I didn't think you'd accept it. Are you a changeling now? I'm happy you trust me. I'll definitely make something out of it, so keep an eye on me.
なあ。だが無茶だけはするなよ。
Alright, just don't do anything reckless. Of course, if something were to happen to me, you would end up all alone, John. Milady, I don't want to make you feel that way. I won't hesitate to use any means possible, but I promise I won't throw my life away recklessly.
そうか。それを聞けて安心した。
I see that's a
し
relief.
ばらく見ない間に本当に強くなったな、お嬢。
You've really become much stronger since the last time I saw you, my lady. Upon hearing my words, John finally showed a smile.
心配させて悪い。長い間調査に集中していたから少し疲れが溜まってたみたいだ。
Sorry for worrying you. I've been so wrapped up in the investigation that I guess fatigue just caught up with me.
それでチェンジリングとリンデル一族について
Now, the changelings in House Lindel.
やっぱり例の噂。チェンジリングがリンデル邸に集められてるって噂は本当のことらしい。
It seems that the rumors about changelings being gathered at the Lindel estate is true. So they are kidnapped. Or are they being protected?
そこだが、屋敷に呼ばれたチェンジリングの多くはリンデル一族が面倒を見てる。それが行方不明騒動の話に発展したようだ。
The thing is, most of the changelings brought to the estate are being looked after by House Lindel. It seems this led to rumors about them disappearing.
お嬢が調査を依頼したゴネリルからもエデンの子供たちから集めた情報を受け取ってきたが、
I've also obtained some information from Goneril after you asked her to investigate, and more from the children in
誘
Eden.
拐まがいのことやひどい目に遭わされているという事実はないそうだ。
It looks like there's no truth in the rumors of kidnappings or changelings being mistreated. What John said confused me, so does that mean you're saying they're protecting changeling children who are being mistreated, like charity work, right?
表面だけを見ればな。内部のことがわからない以上、
今はそう断言はできないが。
On the surface, yes. But we don't know what's going on inside the estate, so I can't say for sure. What's going on here? Why is this being treated as a missing persons case? If House Lindel is taking care of people with nowhere to go, there really is no reason to hide it.
なあ、むしろ公にした方が国民全体からの評価は上がるだろうな。
Indeed, honestly, making it public would probably improve the reputation among the
だが
people.
それをしないということは何かしらの意図があるんだろう。
But the fact that they're not doing it indicates there's some underlying intention. Like murder? Could it be that House Lindell members, that's not what I said. Members who met Ascot the other day was actually a changeling he was protecting? If that was the case, it'd explain why Ascot forgot his name. It's not surprising that he can't keep track of everyone who's growing with the growing number of changelings at the estate. Looks like I should investigate House Lindell's movements as well. If it's really a charity effort, that doesn't count as a weakness. I'll have to come up with another place.
引き続き俺の方でもその辺の調査を進めておくよ。
I'll keep looking into
さっ
it
きの
too.
アスコットの件は納得してるけど、無理だけはするなよ、お嬢。
I get what's going on with you and Ascot, but don't push yourself too hard, my lady. I'll keep that in mind. The same goes for you too, John. It would be obvious I wasn't at the estate if I stayed out too long. I returned to the mansion in a hurry, silently wishing for John's safety as well as my own. 2 weeks went by, but no new updates came from John or Goneril. I had been trying to dig up information related to House Lindell and the Queen too, but Edmund and Edward were often absent, busy with the exhibition preparations, making it difficult to gather new information. I suppose there was only one way to obtain valuable info. The source.
来てくれて嬉しいよ、ローズ。まさか君があんなに情熱的な詩を私のために作ってくれるとはね。
I'm glad you came, Rose. Who would have thought that you'd write such a passionate poem just for me? I had to get closer to him. Well, it's for my beloved. Ascot smiled softly as if amused, the letter held between his fingers. I'd penned a poem in response to his invitation, one meant for a lover, however, only he could say if it was good or bad. I guess I kind of scrapped it together using romance novels as references. Ascot must have noticed that by now. That smile, perhaps he found it possible that I would do something like this. Ascot's gaze drifted to a building beyond the park, as these thoughts lingered in my
こ
mind.
の公園からは建設中である博覧会の会場がよく見えるだろう。
This park offers quite a clear view of the exhibition venue that's taking place, doesn't
君
it?
も楽しみだろうし。よければぐるりと回って開催に思いを馳せないかい？
I'm sure you're excited too. However, how about we take a stroll and talk about the exhibition? With pleasure. I linked arms with Ascot without a second thought. I was used to it at this point.
へえ、君も積極的になったね。私の色に染まってきたようで、なかなか悪くない感覚だ。
Oh, you're becoming quite proactive. It seems like you're starting to match my style. I kind of like it. If you're not careful, you might find yourself matching my style instead.
それは、ぜひお願いしたいね。
I would certainly love that. We made our way through the park with my pace setting our rhythm as we exchanged lighthearted banter. Sure enough, I had a clear view of the facilities being built for the upcoming exhibition. How should I bring up the changelings and what I heard about Lily? He would probably be on guard against anyone investigating the case since he was keeping things under wrap. Even if I tried asking subtly, I didn't expect him to reveal anything.
君の視線で顔に穴が開きそうだよ。どうしたんだい、ローズ。また私について妙な噂を聞いた？
Your gaze could almost bore a hole straight through me. What's on your mind, Rose? Hear a strange rumor? It seemed Ascot had noticed I was lost in thought. He really is tough to deal with. He had brought it up himself, though, which I was grateful for. Actually, I heard a new one. Or so I thought.
やっぱり。でも、さて、一体どのことだろ
I knew it, but what could it
う？
be?
正直、心当たりが多すぎてわからないんだよ。あのことかな？それとも例の貴婦人と食事に出かけた時のことかな？
There's so many possibilities. I'm not sure. Is it about that thing or maybe dinner with that lady? Ooh, coffee or pop? Probably pop since we are going to have, well, yeah, dinner later. Although coffee's delicious, but I don't know when dinner will be ready. And coffee will not go well with dinner. I know that much.
いやいや、先週の件かもしれない。あるいは、独身だと思っていた女性のご夫君がうちの屋敷に殴り込んできた時のことかも。
It might be about last week, or it could be about that husband of that woman I thought was single showing up at the estate. I blinked in surprise at the unexpected answer. Coffee for now. Woohoo! Pinning it. Just pin that message. Perfect. Perfect times. What I wanted to ask you isn't about our romantic entanglements, though. I felt somehow let down. Knowing Ascot, I'd figured he'd already seen right through everything I wanted to ask him. He's completely off base guesses were so amusing that I couldn't help but laugh.
何が君の金銭に触れたのか、私にはわからないけれど。笑った顔も可愛らしいね。どうぞ。
I don't quite understand what makes you laugh, but your smile is rather charming,
できれば
Rose.
その笑顔をいつでも私に見せてほしいな。
I'd love it if you could show me that smile of yours more often. Hearing Ascot's comments made me realize I'd been smiling without thinking. I immediately fixed my expression. Don't tease me. I averted my gaze, looking
アスコット
elsewhere.
お父様
He said Ascot Dodo-sama, and that said father.
Eh?
Huh? A small boy ran over and
ア
hugged
スコット
Ascot.
お父様僕のことを屋敷へと連れ帰ってください
Father, please bring me back to the estate.
はあ。
I gave Ascot a cold look when I saw the boy cling to his knees. Then I spoke. I think we should acknowledge him for now.
私の子だと疑いもしないんだね。まるで信頼がない。いや、これは逆にあると言えるのかな？
You don't even question if he's my kid or not. It's like you have no trust in me. Or could it be that you actually trust me that much? Ascot sighed and looked down at the boy, his eyes gaze
悪い
cold.
な。私は君のことを知らないよ。大方例の噂を聞いて私に取り入ろうとしているのだろうけれど。
I'm afraid I don't know you. You've probably heard the rumors and are trying to get closer to me, but he squatted down and peered at the boy.
君、そもそもチェンジリングではないよね。
You're not a changeling, are you? The boy trembled at Ascot's words and fled the scene.
はあ、せっかくいい雰囲気だったのに、台無しになってしまったね。
We had such good vibes going, and now it's all ruined. Ascot straightened up and stretched, making no attempt to mask his annoyed tone. Ascot, did you just ask that child if he was a changeling?
ああ、身寄りもなさそうだったし、チェンジリングだったらリンデルで保護しようかと思っただけさ。
Well, you looked like you didn't have anyone, so I was thinking I would take him to House Lindel for safety if you were a changeling. I see. Before I could even inquire about it, it had become quite clear that House Lindel was indeed protecting the changelings. I should probably ask him about it since Ascot mentioned it himself. Does this happen often? Does House Lindel really provide protection for changelings?
ああ、そうだよ。なるほど。君が聞いた噂はそれか。
That's correct. I get it now. That was the rumor you heard, wasn't it? That's right, but shouldn't you make it public if that's the case? That way you could avoid raising suspicion of foul play. There are whispers of people going missing. I thought the question was pretty direct and cut to the
別に
chase.
吹聴して回る話でもないしね。
The matter shouldn't be spread around. Ascot said it like this, just as a casual conversation remaining unperturbed. I suppose going around bragging about your good deeds isn't really your style.
君も随分と正直になってきたね。まあ、真面目なことをしていると知られて、別の仕事を押し付けられても面倒だというのもあるよ。
You're getting pretty honest, huh? People will throw more work my way if I'm known for serious stuff like that. It'd be a hassle.
それこそ、エデンの子供の保護とか慈善事業とかね。アル君やエド君なら危機として私に押し付けようとするだろう。
You know, stuff like protecting children from Eden or doing charity work, Al and Ed would be all too eager to dump those tasks on me. Classic Ascot asking always so lazy when it comes to work, but it didn't feel like there was any hidden meaning behind those words. There's more going on about than protecting. There's more going on about protecting the changelings, but perhaps Ascot himself isn't particularly interested in children. I can't figure out what he is really after now. I should probably keep watching a bit longer. I dropped the matter, having made my decision. My relationship with Ascot had lasted for a surprisingly long time. Whenever he had a moment, whether after a meeting or an ordinary day, he came to see me, sometimes even with a little present. Edward was pretty cautious at first, but he started to warm up little by little with how often Ascot kept showing up. I was certain I'd be abandoned quickly. I planned on gathering intel as fast as I could, but, well, things took an unexpected turn for the better. Or maybe I'm just getting better at playing the role of a perfect lover. Then again, I couldn't say for sure if that was truly the case. I kept telling myself that I couldn't afford to lower my guard just yet as I cleaned the hallway. Then,
ローズ、その掃除が終わったら使いを頼めるか。エドワードからの許可はもらっている。
for you, everything. Rose, could you run an errand for me once you've done cleaning? Edward's given me the go-ahead. Certainly. What may I assist you with? I gave a quick bow. Then Lucas called out to me, then asked what he needed.
絵の具とキャンバスを買ってきてほしい。
I was right. It's paint on his hands. I need you to buy some paint and a canvas. Paint and a canvas. That didn't appear to be for work. Maybe it was his hobby. That was surprising, though. You're a painter, Lord Lucas.
まあな。本当は人に言うような趣味じゃないんだろうな。
More or less. It's not a kind of hobby I tell people about.
精神的にいろいろ限界なんだ。筆を持つことでこの感情を発散したい。だが仕事を詰められたせいで屋敷にも帰れん。
I'm mentally drained. I want to let off some steam with a paintbrush, but with all the work piling up, I can't even return to my estate.
うちの執事に買いに向かわせてもいいが、それだと無駄に時間がかかる。
I could have my butler go buy it all, but that's a waste of time. Very well. Might I ask if there's any specific paints you want?
メモを用意しておいた。これを店の者に見せれば問題ない。
I've written a list to show it to the shop staff and it'll be fine. I'll do that then. I took the note, folded it neatly, and tucked it into my pocket. I'll go ahead and buy that for you, but are you feeling all right, Lord Lucas? I've been concerned since you called out to me. Your complexion doesn't seem quite right.
いつものことだ。余計な気を回さなくていい。
It's nothing new. Don't waste your time worrying about it. Lucas does always look kind of sickly, but ending the conversation so he could return to his room would perhaps be the best for his health. My apologies. If there's anything you require, please kindly inform the other servants.
ああ、わかったから早く使えよ。
Yeah, I get it. Just hurry up and...
あれあれ、ルー君。
Oh my Lulu.
どうしたんだい？やけに親しげに話して。いつの間に彼女と仲良くなったのかな？
What's this? You're talking to her so casually. When did you two become so friendly?
アスコット。
Ascot. Ascot showed up out of nowhere and purposely jumped between
さっきの
us.
会議ぶりだね。それで彼女とどんな話をしていたのかな？
We were at the meeting earlier. What were you two talking about?
お前が想像するようなものじゃない。
It's not anything like that you're imagining.
おや、私の想像とはどんなものだろうね。
Oh, and what do you think I'm imagining? Ascot pulled an arm around my put an arm around my shoulder, not hiding his
それなら君
displeasure.
が愛しい恋人である私に教えてくれるかな、ローズ？
In that case, would you share what it is with your dear lover, Rose? Those mysterious eyes locked onto me. I swiftly looked away before I ended up getting lost in them. Oh no, that probably wasn't the smartest thing to do. Ascot's voice was suddenly low, and he cradled my face in his hands.
生真面目な君のことだから、私のようなことをするとは思っていないけれど。
I didn't expect you to do something I would, given how serious you
君の
are.
恋人はあくまで私だ。
I'm your lover without a doubt.
そのことを決して忘れてはいけないよ。約束を破る悪い子は 悪夢にうなされてしまうかもしれないからね。
You better not forget that. After all, a naughty child who breaks promises might get haunted by nightmares. Scary. Why do you say something like that? I found myself unable to speak, overwhelmed by the surprise and intimidation.
とんだ束縛男だな。
What a possessive guy. Lucas sighed, watching us in disbelief, clearly unimpressed. His voice brought me back to my senses, and I quickly pulled away from Ascot, who didn't try to stop me. I apologize. You had to see something so unpleasant, Lord Lucas. However, what exactly did you mean by possessive?
お前が謝る必要はない。ほぼその男のせいだ。
You don't need to apologize. It's practically all his fault.
というか大概お前も鈍いな。そいつはお前が他の男と話すのが嫌なんだろう。要は嫉妬だ。
You're really slow, though, aren't you? He probably doesn't like you talking to other men. It's jealousy, plain and simple. Jealousy? That couldn't be. That was probably the last word someone would associate with
あ
Ascot.
あ、誰だってお気に入りを取られてしまうのは嫌だろう。
Oh, come on. Who would like having their beloved snatched away from them? Ascot's normal mood returned, and he clapped his hands with a
あ
smile.
んた相手に変な気を起こすやつはよっぽどのバカか命知らず。
Anyone who tries something with you is either stupid or reckless.
ルー君は私をどう思っているのかな？
Aren't those
それに
pretty
それ
much the same
ほぼ同
thing?
じ意味じゃないかい？
I wonder what you even think of me, Lulu. Ascot shrugged. Lucas held his head in his
これ
hand.
以上あんたと話してると頭痛がひどくなりそうだ。
My headache is just going to keep getting worse if I keep talking to you.
僕はエドワードたちとの話し合いに戻る。買い物は頼んだぞ、ローズ。
I'm heading back to the meeting. Make sure you get the goods, Rose. Yes, please leave it to me. Lucas shot Ascot an unreadable look before heading back. It took me quite a while to answer, which was only natural considering all of the unexpected events.
まただな。ルー君って私と話すとき、いつも死体の匂いを嗅いだような顔をするんだよ、ね。
Not again. Every time we talk, Lulu looks like he's sniffing a dead body. That's a unique comparison. I had forgotten for a second we were at a workplace, the mansion. I had to treat him like a guest.
それ以上の表現が見つからないから。ねえ、私、本当に匂ったりはしていないよね。
I can't think of any other way to explain it. I don't actually smell, do I? Nothing smells rotten as far as my nose is concerned. Could it be that he simply doesn't like you?
君も辛辣だね。でも、匂っていないならよかったよ。知らずにいて君に嫌われても困るから。
You sure don't hold back, huh? Well, I'm glad I don't stink. Wouldn't want you secretly hating me or anything. Ascot's feelings aside, it looks like Lucas has difficulty dealing with him. I mean, their personalities totally clash, so it isn't a surprise. However, I can't help but be concerned that what Lucas said earlier, anyone who tries something with you is either stupid or reckless. It was obvious that Ascot didn't have a shred of martial arts skills. He looks like literally a matador. What are you talking about? He was the textbook definition of a refined gentleman. There was no way he could hurt anyone. Okay, sure. Not counting the influence of the 5 houses. There's too many buttons on this chair. That one? I did that one. Oh. Oh no. I'm as low to the ground as I can be. I'm too short for this chair, bro. My feet still don't touch the ground. I was thinking maybe if my feet were touching the ground, my back would feel a little better. I can't get lower. After the horse incident, that thing with the knife wielding woman, there's definitely something unsettling about him. Yeah, he's a literal monster, honey. I suppose he's not a simple demi-fae. Perhaps I should try reaching out to Lucas if he knows anything about Ascot, as I was lost in thought.
ローズ、私の前で他の男のことを考えるとは感心しないね。
Thinking of another guy in front of me, Rose. I must say I'm not impressed. Ascot poked my cheek and pouted. That's a misunderstanding. I was going over what to buy, that's all. I'll never give my heart to anyone but you, Lord Ascot.
そう分かっていてくれるのならばいいよ。
Is that so? As long as you understand.
そうだ。今日の会議に私の出番はないんだ。このまま君のお使いに同行しよう。
Right, I'm not needed in today's meeting. I'll tag along on your errand. Huh? Is it even possible for someone from the five houses to not be needed in a
荷
meeting?
物持ちも必要だろ。見ての通りの細腕だが、君に負担をかけない程度には使ってくれて構わないよ。
You'll need someone to carry your things, right? My arms might be skinny, but you can use me as long as you don't overload me. I can't possibly have you carrying my
いいじゃない
things.
か。この間中断してしまったデートの続きとでも思ってくれると嬉しいな。
It's fine. I'd be delighted if you consider this a continuation of that date we had to cut short.
ああ、埋め合わせはきちんとするとも。私がただ君といたいだけといえば、
I promise
君も理解してくれ
I'll
る
make it up to you. Would you understand if I told you I just wanted to spend time with you?
さて、早速ニコラスさんに許可を取ってくるよ。支度をして待っていておくれ。
I'll go get Nicholas's permission. You get ready and wait for me, okay? Lord Ascot. Before I could say anything, Ascot went off to find Nicholas. He's so persistent. Nicholas would never turn down Ascot's request, so going with him was pretty much a done deal. My apologies, Lord Ascot. In the end, you had to carry my stuff.
アスコットだろ。
It should just be Ascot, right? You're right. Thanks, Ascot. I picked up the art supplies and headed back to the Bernstein mansion. Ascot didn't suggest stopping for any detours, maybe because I was doing an errand for work. Instead, he asked me to let my hair down, as though we were going on a romantic outing.
君が何でもできるからって、みんないろいろ頼みすぎだと思うけれどね。
I feel like people ask way too much from you just because you can do anything.
君も無理な時は私みたいに他の人に仕事を頼んだ方がいいよ。
Alexa, please turn caramel and latte to 100% brightness. You should ask others for help when things get too much for you. That's what I'm doing right now. Didn't you just force yourself along?
違いない。
You're not wrong. Ascot held the canvas under his left arm. His right hand held my free hand. Aw, that's cute though. Wait, that's adorable. I know this is how couples are supposed to be, but I still don't get what's so fun about it. Honestly, I still get a little nervous. Naturally, I was just worried Ascot might eat me up a lot. Haul up.
アスコット様
Lord Ascot.
ん
This must have been what they called deja vu. A boy came towards us. I was still on edge. He didn't say
やっ
papa.
ぱりアスコット様だ
It's really you, Lord
あ
Ascot.
の俺一度でいいからちゃんとリンデル一族の長のお方に
I just
お礼を
wanted to
言いた
thank
くて
the head of of House Lindel properly just once.
へえ。
The boy thanked him earnestly, but Ascot's response was disinterested. By any chance is this kid? Seeing an opportunity to gain new intel, I walked up to the boy and met his gaze. Are you a changeling who was taken and protected by House Lindel?
現世での両親に見放され餓死しかけていたところを保護していただきました
Yes, I was banded by my parents and had nearly starved to death by the time House Lindel rescued me.
屋敷に保護された後も使用人見習いとして何不自由なく面倒を見ていただいて
I worked as an apprentice servant. After they took me in at the estate, they had no problem caring for me. Oh, that's cute. Is Lindel a changeling? You admire House Lindel, don't you?
アスコット様たちはどこにも居場所がなかった俺たちチェンジリングの恩人です
I do. Lord Ascot and the others are my saviors. They gave us a home when the changelings had nowhere to
そ
go.
う。まあ、君が今過ごしやすいならよかったんじゃない？
Well, that's great if you're happy and settled now. Despite the boy's gratitude, Ascot's response was as curt as
まだまだ
ever.
精神はこの体に馴染んでませんがいつかリンデルの皆さんに恩を返すのが俺の目標なんです
I'm still getting used to this body, but my goal is to repay House Lindel for everything you've done for
ア
me.
スコット様のような 立派な妖精になれるかどうかはわかりませんが。
I'm not sure if I can ever become a great fae like you, Lord Ascot, but that's an impressive goal. Please give it. Wait a minute. What did this child just say? A great fae? People commonly use the word fae as a general term, often leaving out the demi part. But this child was a changeling. His spirit came from Tiranoq, making him a pure fae. What did that make Ascot then? He was so respected by this pure fae. Ascot smiled when I looked at him as if he knew I'd caught on.
では、俺はこれで。
I'll be going now. The boy bid us farewell and returned to the crowd, likely continuing errands of his own. The only ones who remained were me, burdened with the truth, and Ascot.
さて、
All right. I flinched before I could stop myself, but Ascot's gentle voice calmed me.
私たちも戻ろうか。
Shall we head back too?
けれどその前に、二人きりで秘密のお茶会を開こう。君も私に聞きたいことがあるんだろう？
But first, how about a little secret tea party? Just the two of us. You have things you want to ask me, don't you? It wasn't a question so much as a statement. I held my breath and nodded quietly. Oh. Ascot invited me to House Lindel's townhouse in Roanne. A faint sense of danger stirred within me, but running away wouldn't get me anywhere, so I entered his private room. Ascot guided me to a couch, and I took a seat a moment
さ
later.
て、さすがに君もあの発言で真実に気づいたかな？
I trust that comment earlier was enough for you to see the truth. There was no use denying it. I nodded and fixed my gaze on Ascot before speaking. Ascot, you're a pure fae, aren't you? And not just any pure fae. You wield considerable power. Ascot clapped his hands lightly.
正解。
Correct. Instead of being taken aback by my probing, Ascot laughed as if he were enjoying himself.
君が無事に正解にたどり着いてくれてよかったよ。
I'm glad you arrived at the correct conclusion.
あまりにも慎重が過ぎて、このまま100年以上は待たされるかと思った。
You were so cautious that I thought I'd be waiting over 100 years. Ascot shrugged, clearly mocking me. I pressed on a little annoyed. A pure fae with no humane blood. So the representative of House Lindel is...
その通り。
You guessed it.
私こそがリンデルの始祖そのもの。気ままで邪悪な妖精馬、プーカだ。
I'm House Lindel's very founder, the whimsical and wicked fae horse Puka.
同時に、妖精王のもう一人の契約者でもある。
I'm also another of the Fae King's contractors. The moment he introduced himself anew, an overwhelming pressure seemed to fill the room.
よって代替わりなど一度としてしたことがない。実質の長はずっと私のまま。
That's why there's never been a change in leadership. I have always remained the true
基
head.
本的にリンデル一族と名乗る者は血縁の親戚などではなく、チェンジリングによって全員が構成されているんだ。
People who call themselves members of House Lindel aren't exactly blood relatives. They're all changelings. That explains why you can't keep track of their names and faces.
ああ、そのあたりの収集は一族の担当者に任せているからね。私は居場所と仕事を与えているだけ。
Indeed, I have someone from the household who collects them for me. I only provide them with a place to stay and work to do.
だから正直、一族の中に今誰がいるのかほとんど把握していないんだよ。
Frankly, I hardly know who's actually in the household at this point. What? Okay. Frankly, I hardly know who's actually in the household at this point. Isn't that a bit too careless? There might be changelings who sneaked in to cause you harm.
現世の知識がないピュアは良くも悪くも純粋。助けた恩を忘れることはめったにないよ。
Pure Fae with no knowledge of the mortal world are pure in both good and bad ways. They don't often forget a
それ
kindness.
に私を出し抜いて陥れる者がいるぐらいなら直接会っ
Besides,
てみたいものだね。
if someone thinks they can outsmart me, I want to face them head on. I had to admit that Pure Fae might be powerless against Ascot's unfathomable nature. But why would a Pure Fae like you go so far as to masquerade as a Demi-Fae? House Lindel wasn't even part of the 5 houses when the nation was established, was it? The 5 houses had consisted of the Bernstein, Cresswell, Ward, Sullivan, and my family, Randolph, up until 15 years ago at least. Bernstein took the lead after Randolph disappeared, and Lindell was promoted to the 5 houses to fill the missing seat. So, as you had no heirs, you weren't made one of the 5 houses. Why did you stay in the world without leaving behind descendants and continue on as the household head? A crease formed between his brows. The severity of that expression was a clear reflection of displeasure, and the reason for that was...
我らが女王陛下がね、私の浮気を許さないんだよ。
Her Majesty won't let my little affair slide, you see. Affair? Pain suddenly shot through my chest when I thought about what that word really meant. What did he say? So you're saying that you and the Queen are...
やめてくれ。憶測でも冗談じゃない。おじけがする。
Please don't. It's not funny even if you're just guessing. You're freaking me out. Ascot rubbed his arm for a second, then sighed.
言っただろう。女王と私、いや、俺は運命なんだよ。
Okay, but is your true self hotter? I just want to know. No reason. I'm just curious. Like, I'm not saying you're not hot. I'm just like, your true self? Or is it a horse? If it's a horse, I'm just not into that. It's not my type. I'm not saying it's wrong. Okay, it might be to me internally very wrong, but like, you're not human. You're a fae. So, I've already told you the Queen and I, my true self, I mean, are bound by
妖
fate.
精馬には、妖精女王には絶対服従する、逆らってはいけないというアホみたいな制約が生まれながらに刻まれていてね。
Fae horses, which I want to see them in real life, are born with an absurd rule. You must obey the Fae Queen. Don't even think about defying her.
あの方以外の居場所を作ることや、ティルナノーグに帰還することを禁じられているんだ。
They're not allowed to create a place for themselves or to return to Tiranog. A rule? But are you a Fae then, or are you just a horse? Tell me now! It was probably deeply unsettling for him, his face twisted in disdain. However, he managed to regain his poise before long.
だから俺は君に期待しているんだよ。愛しいアプローズ。
That's why I have high hopes for you, my dear Apros. Hearing my name so sudden in such a serious tone made my heart skip a beat. Ascot looked at me with those intense eyes and spoke as if he were testing me.
君があの方を殺害、あるいは現世からティルナノーグへと追い出してくれれば、
Should you kill her or send her to Tiranog?
俺も晴れて自由の身。陛下への服従から解放されるのさ。
I would finally be free, no longer bound to serve the Queen. What he said made sense. That explained why he had come to me, someone who opposed the Queen. If the Queen returns to Tiranog, wouldn't you be forced to go with her because of the rule?
そこは大丈夫。ティルナノーグに俺を強引に連れて行く力はあの方にはもう残っていないはずだから。
That won't be a problem. The Queen won't have the power to force me to go to Tiranog anymore. I see. The effects of her aging and showing up in those sorts of ways. In that case, doesn't that mean we are on the same side, aiming for the same thing?
そう、だから。
We surely are, that's why. But don't think everything will go your way. I deliberately interrupted Ascot mid-sentence. The Queen's madness and obsession might exceed even your own calculations.
そうだね。確かに君の言う通りだ。
You're absolutely right,
このま
however.
まだと俺は永遠に女王に縛られたまま彼女と同じように老いて死んでゆく。
If this goes on, I'll be trapped under the queen's rule forever, aging and wasting away just like she will.
望まない運命に縛られ情けなく老いて死んでいくだなんて俺は絶対にごめんだ。
Trapped in a fate I never chose for myself, growing old and dying pathetically, there's no way I'm letting that happen. The light in Ascot's eyes changed and were now filled with a hatred and disdain for the queen. So few were on my side. If Ascot fought for the same goal, I should gladly stand with him. So you're telling me to cooperate with you. Nonetheless, I can't guarantee that I'll act according to your will. You probably just care about the queen getting back to Tinanog, but for me, it's about getting my revenge on her. It seems like you'll accept a compromise as a solution in the end, so I can't ally myself with you so easily.
へえ、言うね。でも今のままでは永遠にあの方に君のナイフは届かないよ。
You're quite bold, but as it stands, your knife will never reach her. I didn't need him to tell me that. I knew it better than anyone else. Ascot stood, walked over to me, and lightly touched my flushed cheek, a clear sign of his
お互
frustration.
い様だよ。陛下にたどり着いてからはお互いに自由。そのための手段として俺を利用してもいい。
We're in the same boat. Once we reach Her Majesty, we will both be free. Feel free to use me as a tool to get there.
さあどうする？アプローズ。
So what will you
ここから
do,
は君次第。
Apros?
お試しの恋人期間はここで終わりにしよう。
From here on, it's entirely up to you. Let's bring the trial period of our relationship to an end. Like Ascot said, I have no idea how long it will take me to get anywhere near the queen the way things are now. Even if I were to get closer to her, I still don't know how I'd end her life. But that chance would skyrocket if a pure fae like Puka, the queen's attendant, decided to help. If Obrion had indeed recognized his ability and made him an ally, then he should be more than capable as an asset. In that case, I won't hesitate anymore. I took a deep breath, then I grabbed Ascot's arm and pressed my lips to the corner of his mouth without hesitation. Ascot's breath tickled my lips. I pulled away slightly, not paying it any mind. That's my answer. I want to use you, Ascot. Oh, I imitated Ascot, offering a seductive smile. I shouldn't be selective with my methods. I would sacrifice my purity, everything of this man, for this man, this useful tool. In that split second, Ascot perfectly chiseled face broke into a smile.
本当に君は面白いな。
You really are interesting. If his hands were free, he wouldn't have been clutching his stomach, laughing so hard it hurt.
ああ、満足だ。満点の回答だとも。君という復讐の炎を見つけることができて、俺は本当に運がいい。
How satisfying. What a flawless answer. I'm truly fortunate to have discovered a source of fierce, fiery vengeance like you. I'm honored. I tried to step back quietly, relieved. Just making sure there's voices. Relieved that Ascot was satisfied. However, he grabbed my arm.
思いが通じた記念に教えてあげよう。これが本物の恋人たちが行う本気の口づけだ。
As a little celebration of our relationship, let me teach you what a true kiss between lovers is like a real kiss. Oh my goodness. He kissed me back. It was almost as if he were biting me. Well, we did say he would eat her alive. Heat from Ascot rushed into my mouth. His kiss was so overwhelming that I felt like I was drowning, just when I felt like I had almost lost my breath
互い
entirely.
になりふり構わず、目的を達するための道を行こうじゃないか。これからよろしく。俺の愛しいアプローズ。
Let's stop worrying about the details and walk the path to our goal. I'm counting on you from here on out, my dear Apros. Ascot stepped away, laughing as if he were having the time of his life. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, thank you. It's so milky. Oh, it's got cream in it. I can read. For any confusion, I've been using soy milk, oat milk, and other things because I'm a wee bit lactose intolerant, where my stomach sometimes hurts when I drink milk, but it depends on how much I've had. Usually I'm okay. Besides, I like milk flavor more than the other ones, so. There was a memory I couldn't seem to forget. Every morning, my caring mother and father greeted me with a smile and said, "Good morning." My beloved brother hugged me every day, whispering, "I love you," each time. When I headed to the village outskirts, John always greeted me with a smile and shared stories about the outside world. It was slightly boring, but I honestly wished those peaceful days would last forever. But that peace had been shattered in an instant, wiped out by a single act of malice. Father, mother, Riley! I shouted and shouted, but love-filled voices were gone. Instead, all I heard was, "How come you're the only one who made it out alive?" If you hadn't been in our village, we wouldn't have died. The voices belonged to the burned corpses, people who had once been kind villagers. They gripped my ankles. This is all my fault. All the kindness was being devoured by flames. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you want to live, I'll offer it to you right here and now. Please bring my loved ones back. My prayers didn't reach them. After all, the ones who had brought about this catastrophe was the queen, who had the most power in the nation. All I could do was apologize to the countless victims and agonize over it again and again. Just like that, the flames surged, burning with the echoes of vengeful voices. Ah, that's the sound of her falling. My small body was swallowed completely. I snapped awake. I sat up quickly and found myself in a familiar room. That dream again. I wiped away the cold sweat running down my face. I had been having the same nightmare of that day over and over again. I'd made a contract with Ascot and was drawing steadily closer to the queen. I wondered whether those were the reasons the memories from that day had been resurfaced. Not the button I meant to press, it scared me actually. I don't think I'll be getting any sleep tonight. May as well stay up until sunrise. I picked up a glass I had left by my pillow and sipped some water, the cool liquid sliding down my throat with a pleasant contrast to the heat I felt in my dream. I really can't afford to collapse from lack of sleep. I walked to the window and opened it up on impulse. The night breeze feels nice. The coldness called forth the image of a man who had become my true lover. Ascot said he'd be up late. I wonder if he's scheming something right now. A pure fae with an eerie allure, one who bewitched people and tossed me about at whim. I'd responded to his provocation with a kiss, only for him to answer with a deeper one.
ああ、こんなに笑ったのは久しぶりだ。君はある意味女王よりも狂っているよ。
I haven't laughed this much in ages. You're even crazier than the Queen Apros.
けれど俺はそんな君のことを気に入った。
Honestly, that's exactly why I like you. The lips that had just left mine were placed upon my cheek as a parting gesture.
そうだな。
I wonder if his has. Mm, I'm just gonna say it again. When you give me one of these and it's just line all the way down forever and ever and ever, it's not that interesting.
まずはしばらく。この私を前に、その強気な態度を崩さずにいたら、とっておきの情報を君にあげよう。
Let's start with this. If you can keep that bold attitude in front of me for a while, I'll share some precious information.
どうか俺を失望させないでおくれよ。俺以上にいたずらで魅力的なユニークへと成長して。愛しいアプローズ。
Don't let me down. You need to grow into a demi-fae who's even more irresistible and mysterious than I am, my dear Apros. I had continued seeing Ascot, yet I had gotten no new information from him. I wondered if he was waiting until the promised time had passed. Because of this, I had to have John and Goneril continue investigating the Queen and House Lindel. However, there hasn't been new intel from their end either. Maybe I keep having this nightmare because I'm so anxious, but I really don't want to simply wait around. Ascot might be waiting for me to make the first move. I couldn't afford to stop, and that wasn't solely because of the information. It was also because I wanted to show I was worthy in the eyes of the ones who acknowledged my resolve. I noticed Lily had taken a liking to me, so I decided to bring tea and sweets to her room the next day, and sure enough,
ごちそうさま。今日もあなたの入れてくれたお茶はとっても美味しかったわ。
that was delicious. The tea you prepared today was truly
ねえ
exquisite.
ローズ、この後気晴らしのお出かけをしようと思っているのだけれど、あなたも一緒に来てくれないかしら。
Rose, I was thinking about going out today for a bit to clear my mind. Would you mind coming along? Certainly. Would you be comfortable with just me accompanying you?
フィルも誘いましょう。ちょうどあの子、掃除の仕事が終わったばかりだと思うから。
Let's ask Phil to come too. I believe he finished his cleaning duties. Very well, I shall speak with him immediately. Lily's suggestion was just what I had needed. After being plagued by nightmares, I wanted a change of pace. Girl.
博覧会が近づいてる影響か、店の品揃えも変わってきましたね。明らかに外の人向けの土産が多いな。
I guess the stores have gotten a lot new stuff. The exhibition's coming up. There are definitely a lot more souvenirs aimed at visitors.
そうね。開催されたらエドも誘って一緒に回りたいのだけれど、さすがに忙しいかしら。
I'd love to bring Ed to the event with me so we can go around together. I wonder if he'll be too busy though. I'm sure Lord Edward would be able to free up some time if you bring up it ahead of time.
そうね。聞くだけ聞いてみるわ。
Why are we hanging out with Lily? What does Lily know? I want to know what Lily's dead husband looks like. That's true. I'll ask and see what happens. We made our way through the crowd. Philip and I did our best to keep an eye on Lily.
そういやローズ、アスコット様とめでたくお付き合いしてるんだって。すごいな。玉残しじゃん。
By the way, Rose, I heard you're happily dating Lord Ascot now. You're marrying into money. My relationship with Ascot was practically out in the open. Everyone at the estate, including Edward, knew about it. Marrying into money? Oh, now that I recall, Lord Ascot does come from a very well-off household, doesn't he?
え、そこ忘れてたの？
You forgot about that. Yes, his many shortcomings overshadow all of his virtues, so I forget.
女王の侍従相手にすごいこと言うな。君、本当にあの方と恋人同士なの？
Can't believe you just said that about the queen's attendant. Are you two actually dating? Sort of.
本当に面白いわね。アスコット卿をそんな風に言えるのはあなたぐらいじゃないかしら。
You're really amusing. I don't think anyone else could talk about Lord Ascot the way you
アスコ
do.
ット卿も そんなあなたを気に入っているのかもしれないわ。最初は心配だったけれど、大丈夫みたいね。
Perhaps Lord Ascot actually likes you. I was concerned at first, but it seems like everything's fine. I sincerely appreciate your kind words, my lady.
噂をすれば。ね、あそこにいるのってアスコット様じゃないか？
Speak of the devil, is not the Lord Ascot over there? My heart suddenly started to pounding at Philip's remark. The intense passion Ascot and I had shared the other day came to mind. Why am I nervous after all this time? Why did my phone buzz like I had a message? I keep waiting to see if Boy Work's gonna say something to me just because, as I said, I was supposed to have jury duty, but then it got canceled, so I told him I got canceled. And I didn't really get canceled, it's just I've apparently served. I've done it. I did my due diligence. I was a real person. So I just want to make sure they don't message me and go like, hey, by the way, all your shifts are returned, so LOL, be at work at whatever time tomorrow. And I'd be like, no, my freedoms. We'll see how it goes. 'Cause I don't know. Trying to mask the faint blush on my cheeks, I turned my gaze to the place where Philip pointed. I couldn't help but be intrigued. There I saw.
嫌ですわ、アスコット様ったら。そんな風にささやかれたら、思わず本気になってしまいます。
Wow, he's over here flirting with other girls. He's got girls in alleyways and he's flirting with them in front of me. Goodness, Lord Ascot, if you keep whispering like that, I might find myself believing
お
you.
や、私は本気になってほしくて言っているのだけれど。
Oh, I was hoping you'd take me seriously when I said that. There was Ascot wearing a sly smile with a woman subtly draped over his arm. Philip had been about to greet Ascot cheerfully but quietly lowered his hand, sensing the shift in the air.
その、ローズ、なんて言えばいいのか、ごめん。
Rose, I'm sorry, I'm not really sure what to say. This isn't your fault at all, Philip. Whatever, I don't care. I've known about Ascot's womanizing ways right from the start. Just because he's my boyfriend doesn't mean it'll be any better. That kiss, he probably kissed other women just as effortlessly. Lily sighed when she saw me caught up in my
ロ
thoughts.
ース、あまり気にしちゃダメよ。前にも話したけれど、あの方はもともとああいう方だから。
Don't let it bother you too much, Rose. I've mentioned it before, but he's always been like this. It's typical Lord Ascot. Did that say jealous? No, wait. Not status. Flowchart. Not flowchart. I knew what I meant to say. Oh no, yeah. Jealous? Never. In a way, it's exactly something Lord Ascot would do. I'd honestly been a little scared if we'd started dating and he suddenly became all proper and serious. He might not be a normal person, but I would be truly afraid if he showed such a significant change in emotion.
アスコット様相手には本当に容赦ないな。使用人女性陣、強い子多くなってきた気がする。
You're really ruthless with Lord Ascot. I swear our maids are getting stronger by the day. I quietly repeated the words in front of Philip. Right. It was thanks to his awful track record with women that I found an opportunity to take advantage of him. If anything, I should be welcoming it instead of being angry. But why do I find myself so irritated with him even though he was the same as always? I didn't understand it myself.
でも確かにそうね。まっとうなスコット教なんて見たらエドが驚いて気絶してしまいそう。
You've got a point. If Lord Ascot were to suddenly act proper, Ed would probably be so shocked he'd faint.
時間をかけてゆっくりと唯一になれるといいわね。
I hope that with time you'll slowly become his only one. I hope so too. that was what I told them, but I'm not enjoying this at all. Not when I was being dragged around by someone so thoughtless. He told me he'd use me as a special tool, and yet he's still using other women. It's only fair, I guess. I'm planning on using him as a tool too, still. I really should stop wasting my time thinking about this. It's Ascot. He's like doing it because he has to. I tried to convince myself it was the case, but that weird irritation persisted for some time. What does a puka look like?
昨日見ていたよね。
You saw that yesterday, didn't you? I made sure no one was around as I continued sweeping the garden. I completely ignored him, but Ascot smiled like he was having
君
fun.
から送られる熱い視線が突き刺さって痛かった。せっかく街で会えたのだから声をかけてくれればよかったのに。
Your intense gaze practically stabbed me. It hurt. We bumped into each other on the street. You could have said something. I stopped sweeping after hearing Ascot say that so nonchalantly. Both her ladyship and Philip were with me. And
それ
well,
に
and what? You looked so close to that woman, it made me so mad I didn't want to talk to you.
それってもしかして
Is that what you think that was? I've been going nowhere, not getting any closer to my goals. Meanwhile, you're off having fun, living the good life. Right, that was probably what had been bothering me for so long. While I was stuck with no solid information and couldn't relax to the point of having nightmares, he was casually going out and having fun right in front of me. I suppose I grew angry with him without even noticing.
ああそういうものか。なんだ期待をして損した。
Oh no, she's acting jealous. He hates her. He hates her now. I get it now. I guess I was expecting too much. Ascot shrugged. He looked disappointed for some reason. What? What did you expect me to say?
嫌だ言わないよ。俺から言ったら意味がないし。
The way he said that.
何よりも面白くないだろ。
Ooh, yada. I won't tell you. What's the point of me saying it? It'd be way less fun. Huh. He wanted to say, like, I was a Delabears. I seriously didn't get what he was trying to say. If you want to mess around with women, that's your business, but don't forget that we're allies.
いやいやそれは分かっていると思う。でも私と君は恋人だろ。そこは私以外見ないでと言っておく。
I know, but we're lovers, aren't we? At least they don't look at anyone but me.
それに意味もなく遊んでいたわけじゃないんだよ。昨日一緒にいた彼女には反女王派に加担している疑いがあるんだ。
I wasn't just having fun for no reason. The lady I was with yesterday, rumor has it, she's involved with the anti-royalist group. Ascot lowered his voice a
そ
little.
の調査を陛下から直々に依頼されていたんだよ。それで心苦しいけれどやむなく接触していたんだ。
Her Majesty personally requested that I conduct the investigation. It's hard for me, but I had to make contact with her. I see. How did it turn out?
ほぼ黒だね。でもしばらくはどう動くか様子見かな。
It's pretty much confirmed. I suppose I should just wait and see how things go.
陛下の力を削ぐのに使える可能性がある。まあ使えなかったら下手に疑われないよう陛下とライナ君へ突き出すしかないね。
It might be something we can use to weaken Her Majesty's powers. If it doesn't work, though, we have no choice but to hand her over to Lioness and Her Majesty. I knew it. That woman is just another tool for you, isn't she?
分かってくれたようで何よりだ。王政が楽しくなかったといえば嘘になるけれど。
I'm glad you understand. I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy our time together, though. Ascot said this as if it were only natural, not showing even a hint of remorse. At that point, I didn't feel annoyed anymore. You're way too honest. It's ridiculous.
それが私だからね。仕事である以上は仕方ないことだし、女性と遊ぶのは気が紛れるのさ。
It's just who this version of me is. I can't really avoid it since it's part of my job, and messing around with women helps me unwind. Good. His response made me pity him a little. I really thought of him as nothing but a thoughtless demi-fae, but now, trapped in servitude to the queen with no way to return to Tidanog, it was no wonder Ascot started to break down. Perhaps he seeks solace in the company of women.
ああ、でもね。以前よりは他の女性と過ごす時間を減らしたんだよ。君という愛しい存在がいるのだからね。
Oh, I hardly see other women compared to before, because now I have you, my dear lover. And to think I almost pitied him. I was such a fool. It's a little late to start sweet-talking me. I was never upset about your affair in the first place.
本当に
Really?
昨日はあんなにこちらを睨みつけていたのに。
But you were glaring at me so intensely yesterday. That's not quite like you, is it? I couldn't help but fire back, striking where it hurts. The old you would have done whatever you please regardless of how I felt.
それはまあ否定しない。でも今は君以上に面白い人は他にいないし。
I can't say you're wrong, but now no one fascinates me more than you.
軽蔑こそされても嫌われたくはない。そう。
I don't mind being looked down upon as long as you don't hate me. Isn't it usually the other way around? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Why is my heart beating so loudly? Shut up! How was it that I had gotten so shaken by someone who didn't mind being disrespected? That's enough. That's enough of this conversation. I don't care about any of that. Just get me to her already. I quickly changed the subject, realizing that engaging in this conversation was too risky.
ああ、その件ね。残念だけれど、今はまだ合わせられない。
Sorry, I can't let you see her right now. Could you tell me why that
も
is?
ちろん。正直に言うと、現状あの方に会っても、君に全くと言っていいほど勝算がない。
Sure, meeting her right now wouldn't do you any good. You wouldn't stand a chance.
俺としてはもう少し、火が熟すまで待ってほしいんだよ。
In my opinion, you should wait a little longer until the time is right. He certainly wasn't belittling me. Ascot revealed why he had been keeping things from me all this time, his tone reasonable. She does indeed have immense powers, but your strength is nearly equal. If you lend me a hand, he can't. Ascot's face darkened and I trailed off.
それなんだけれど、
About that. His face twisted into a grimace when he realized I had stopped talking.
実は、女王が今陥っている廊下は、俺にとっても人事ではないんだよ。
The truth is that the queen struggling with aging isn't just her problem, it's something I also deeply am affected by.
王様はそのあたりのことは君に教えていないのかな？
Has the king told you about that? No, never. Besides, I haven't been able to meet up with him since I've started seeing you. I tried calling him through the watch several times, but he has yet to answer. Perhaps he's been in his usual whimsical mood.
そう。ならピュアの寿命について、君も大まかには知っているかもしれないけど、おさらいしておこうか。
I'm sure you already know about the lifespan of a pure fae, but how about a little recap? I've heard a pure fae lives forever. Oh, but if pure fae live forever, then why are pure faes from the 5 houses no longer here? I had never really questioned it before, but Ascot's words made me feel like something was off.
あってはいるけれど、その知識は抜けがあるね。ピュアは故郷たるティルナノーグでは永遠の命を持っているのだけれど。
You're not entirely wrong. You're just missing something. Pure fae do live forever in their homeland, Tinanog, but...
現世においてはその不老不死性は続かない。ヒューマよりも少し長い150年ぐらいかな。
In the mortal realm, their immortality doesn't persist. It extends a little beyond a humane's lifespan, roughly 150 years.
妖精女王、そして俺のように役目を持つピュアはその限りではなく500年以上生きているけれどね。
The Fae King, the Fae Queen, and the Pure Fae, such as myself, who hold specific duties, do not follow this rule. We live over 500 years. More than 500 years. Living for 150 was already felt long, but 500? That was an unfathomable number. I couldn't even imagine it. So does that mean the founder of the 5 houses, who didn't have a role, stayed in the mortal world and died, but...
どうしたのかな？今の話に何か疑問点でも？
What's wrong? Was I unclear about something? No, sorry. It was just so unbelievable that I zoned out for a second. Please continue. I brushed aside my unease, telling myself it wasn't the time for that, and urged Ascot on. Continued looking a bit
さっ
confused.
きも言った通り、ティルナノーグでは永遠でも現世では寿命がつく。
Like I said earlier, Pure Fae have a lifespan in the mortal world even though they possess eternal life in Tiranog.
そして、それは妖精女王と妖精馬であれ、 現世に長くとどまり続ければ例外にはなり得ず老化していく。
That goes for the Fey Queen and the Fey Horse, too. If they stay in the mortal world too long, they will inevitably begin to age.
特に陛下は力を振るうことも多かったせいか、その異変が顕著だが、俺にもある程度老化の波が来ているんだ。
The change is especially noticeable in Her Majesty since she uses her powers often, but I've also started to feel the effects of aging to some extent. Wait, so if things stay this way, that means you'll...
ああ、老化によって完全消失、死んでしまう。それもおそらくは200年もしないうちに。
Oh, 200 years? Well, we can totally take care of my revenge before then. Aging will cause me to vanish completely. I'll die probably within 200 years or so. His explanation left me speechless. I always thought a spiteful person like Ascot who loved to toy with others would live forever. I get it, that's why. It's quite rare to see an elderly humane walking around this area. That's right. When he saw that old man, back then he was likely angry and afraid about the aging that will eventually come to him. This explanation was reasonable, but it struck me as somewhat sad, maybe because I'd started to open my heart to him a little bit. Ascot noticed the complicated look on my face, but he continued without paying it any mind.
陛下は器となれる君を手に入れれば、最盛期の状態で現世においても生き続けることができる。
If Her Majesty were to acquire someone like you, capable of becoming her vessel, she could live in the mortal world in her prime.
でもあの方の執着はあくまで君にだけ。
But she's only obsessed with you.
けなぎに付き従う俺の老化のことなんて全く考えていない。というよりも、思い立ってすらいないんだよ。
She doesn't care about my aging at all, despite my unwavering loyalty. I doubt she's even realized it. Ascot glanced up in the direction of the palace, unable to suppress his emotions. Then why not bring it up your aging issue with the queen?
それで聞いてくれるような相手だったなら、こんなに長く現世にとどまったりはしないさ。
If she were the type to listen, I wouldn't be stuck
陛
here.
下が一歩でもティルナノーグに入れば、もう二度とこっちへは来られないからね。それは妖精王が今度こそ許さない。
The moment Her Majesty steps into Tiranoog, her path back will be lost forever. The Fey King will not be lenient this time.
だからこそ、陛下は決して戻らない。現世の愛、執着が深いのも考えものだ。
That is precisely why Her Majesty will never return, or rather, her linking attachments to the mortal world is something to consider.
それに、
Besides,
仮に俺があちらに戻れたとしても、老化したこの体が若返ることはないんだよ。
even if I managed to return, this aging body would not return to its youth. So you'd have to live in Tiranoog in an aged body.
そう。それにどうにも俺は、現世でヒューマの文化や風習、感情に触れすぎたみたいでね。
And it seems I've been exposed to too much of the humane's culture, customs, and emotions in the mortal world.
このままティルナノーグに戻ったところで、まともに生きていくことはできない。衰えた妖精としての生活は、きっと心が死ぬ。
Returning to Tiranoog like this won't allow me to live properly. A life as a weakened Fae would slowly kill any will to live. Oh, Ascot. I never thought someone like him actually cared about emotions.
何より、ティルナノーグに戻ったら、生身の女性と肌を合わせることがもうできなくなってしまうだろう。
Most importantly, I won't be able to touch a real woman again if I go back to Tiranoog, you know?
俺にとってそれは死活問題なんだよ。
It's a matter of life and death for me. I take it back. He's hopeless. I was a fool for feeling even a slight bit of empathy. I thought my irritation had calmed, but his ridiculous excuse brought it all flooding back. Okay, fine. If you're just telling the truth. But why is it in front of me? I fought the urge to scream and continued speaking, but if your goal is to continue living in the mortal world, could it be that your plan of changing bodies as well?
なんでそんな恐る恐る聞く
He doesn't
の
want to be a woman.
当たり前じゃないか。現世で生き続けるにはそれ以外の方法はないだろ
Oh, why the cautious question? Isn't it obvious if I want to continue living in the mortal world, that's the only way forward?
このまま陛下のしもべとして老化していくなんて絶対にごめんだね。
There's no way I'm letting myself age like this, not while being Her Majesty's attendant. My anger faded into a nonchalant tone replaced by fear but you need to prepare a vessel for that, just like I am for the queen.
そう、そこなんだよ、問題は。
Right, that's where the problem
正直、
lies.
今すぐにでも体を変えたいけれど、ピュアの俺が映れる器は陛下と同じでそうそう存在しない。困ったことにね。
I'd love to change bodies now if I could, but as a pure fae, a vessel for me is just as rare as the one for Her Majesty. It's troublesome. Hearing this relieved me, though he might think me awful for that, but as soon as I heard his cheerful voice, those feelings quickly vanished.
けれどね、何を隠そう、あの人との契約が達成されたら、彼が用意した新しい器を受け取ることができるんだ。
But here's the thing, once my contract with him is fulfilled, I'll get a new vessel he's prepared for me. From Obrion. I raised my voice unconsciously, then realized mentioning his name here wasn't a good idea. I quickly looked around, my heart pounding. I can't believe he suggested something like that. The only thing I could think was how I couldn't believe a contract that cruel existed. You're not lying.
それはないよ。むしろこの契約はね、彼から持ちかけてきたんだ。
No, it's the truth. He's the one who brought up the contract. Obrion, why? He should have known that kind of life I've had. One where I'm to become the queen's vessel. Ascot didn't seem to notice my shock, or maybe he just didn't care. He laughed brightly.
だから、君を裏切ることはない。安心してほしいな。
I won't betray you, so please don't worry. No, that's not it. Ascot was ready to find someone to become his vessel no matter who they were, just like the queen. Considering the situation, it wasn't impossible the tragedy at Eltbeek would be repeated. So this is what a pure fae, someone close to the top, is like. Innocent and cruel. What made it worse was the fact that there was no malice behind them. As expected, Ascot was completely oblivious to my inner turmoil, laughing as if everything was just
そうい
fine.
うわけで、陛下が亡くなるかお帰りになれば、俺はこちらで若い肉体を手に入れ、まだまだ現世を楽しめるってわけ。
That's the plan. Once the queen either dies or goes back, I'll get a young body here and continue enjoying the mortal
将
world.
来的にティルナノーグに戻るとしても、新しい器に乗り換えてからでないとね。わかってくれたかい？
Even if I go back to Tin and Og someday, it won't be until I transfer to a new vessel. You get it, don't you? Yeah, Puka. I understood his situation, but I didn't want to accept it. He really is devoid of humanity. I couldn't even pretend to agree with Ascot, who was painting the future he wanted. It has nothing to do with me. There was only thing I could force myself to say. It had been a while since I had started working separate from her.
お疲れジョンボーヤ。そろそろ休憩に入っても構わない。
Good job, John Boy. You can take a break soon if you want.
大丈夫かい？あんたまた随分とひどい顔色を
Are
して
you
るよ。
okay? You're looking pretty rough again.
自覚してる。
Yeah, I know. Goneril saw my face when I finished carrying the luggage. She looked utterly stunned.
あんた、最近変じゃないかい？昼間でも妙に疲れた顔して。
Something's been off with you lately. You've been look totally drained even during the day.
お嬢ちゃんが心配なあまり、夜眠れてないのかい？
You're so worried about the Missy that you can't sleep at night, can you?
お嬢が心配なのは事実だが、寝不足とは無関係だ。
I won't deny that I'm worried about her, but that's not why I'm sleep
心配
deprived.
させて悪いな。休憩中に少し仮眠を取らせてもらう。
Sorry for making you worry. I'll catch a quick nap during my break.
わかった。無理はするんじゃないよ。
Alright, just don't push yourself too hard.
ゴネリにも大概お人よしだよな。
Goneril's a softie, huh? I'd been having terrible dreams ever since that night when I'd given Ascot a warning face to face. That was certainly the cause of my sleep deprivation.
あの男に静観してろと警告された後、
And as if it wasn't bad enough, that man warned me to stand down.
直接会ってから悪夢はさらに悪化した。
My nightmares worsened after meeting him face to face. Remember when I went to investigate Lindel's mansion after meeting Ascot? I was about to look into House Lindel when the Fae King of all people suddenly showed up. It was there that he revealed the truth, Ascot's true identity, and a shocking revelation about him.
アスコットは俺のもう一人の契約者だ。
Ascot's my other contractor.
なんて
What did you just say?
金を取り戻したい俺とティアをティルナノーグへ帰還させたいあいつ。利害が一致したからな。
I want my wing back and he wants Tia to return to Tinanog. Our interests align.
お前たちがあいつの前に現れた時は協力者として値するかを見極めた上で助力するよう話しておいたんだ。
I told him to help you two out when he showed up, but only after making sure you were worth working with.
つまりあいつは俺たちの味方だと。
So what you're saying is that he's your ally.
アプローズがあいつを飽きさせなければ。
As long as Aprose keeps him entertained.
飽きさせるなんてお嬢はおもちゃじゃない。
Keep him entertained. She's not a toy. In the end, we were merely tools to be used and abandoned whenever it suited them. I went over the contract with the Fae King had given us and asked the first thing that came to mind.
だが契約内容が不平等じゃ。これではあまりにもあなたに有利すぎる。
This contract seems a bit too uneven, doesn't it? It leans too much in
今
your
の話だ
favor.
とリンデルの目的はあくまでこの現世での老化を防ぐこと。
And based on what you told me, Lindel's main goal is to stop aging in this world, right?
女王を退けることに成功しても寿命が伸びるわけじゃない。
Even if we manage to dethrone the queen, it won't make him live longer.
バカじゃなくて安心した。
Glad to see you're not an idiot. The Fae King gave me a knowing smile.
だからあいつには寿命そのものを契約達成の報酬として渡すことを約束しているんだよ。
You're right. That's why I promised to give him his very lifespan as a reward for fulfilling the contract.
寿命そのもの？
His lifespan. Something came to mind when I heard this. The image of her being chased by the aging queen because she was her vessel. Yeah. Look how old she is. Could it be?
新たな器となる肉体？
A new body to be his vessel?
その通り。必死なあいつに対して俺の方が割とあっさり候補を見つけてな。
Exactly. I found a candidate rather easily while he was struggling.
あれほどの力を持つユニークの肉体だ。妖精馬プーカの器としてはうってつけだろう。
A demi-fae body with immense powers. It'd be a perfect vessel for his fae horse Puka. Good thing she didn't hear this. The contract between Ascot and the Fae King was something that would deeply wound her. After all, she had been chased by the queen and lost her family in order to become a vessel.
お嬢はきっとその契約を見逃す。
And yet, she was undoubtedly overlooked. She will undoubtedly overlook that contract. She decided to use her own life to achieve her goals, and in the end, she would only continue blaming herself.
器となる相手の許可は？
Has the person who's about to become his vessel consented?
ああ、それなんだわ。
About that, do you consent? The Fae King
そ
frowned
の
slightly.
器、実は今許可を取ろうにも取れない状態なんだ。
To tell you the truth, the vessel is in a state where he can't give consent.
契約が達成される前にアスコットに見つかったらまずいから。
If Ascot finds out about this before the contract is fulfilled, things will go
とりあ
awry.
えずは確実に見つからない場所に隠してはいるんだけどな。
For now, I've hidden the body where no one can find him.
器となる相手に
Did something happen to the vessel?
ああ、まあ、ちょっとな。間違いなく俺の過失だから言いたくないが。
Riley.
一応お
It's
前には教
Riley.
えておくか。その器の正体は。
It's a bit complicated. I'd rather not reveal it since it's entirely my fault, but I suppose I should tell you the vessel's identity is... A strong wind picked up as the Fae King told me the vessel's true identity. The truth left me speechless. So he's still alive. Are you telling me that he's been kept alive all of this time? A fiery anger surged through me, all directed at the Fae King. What are you thinking if she finds out about this?
俺とあいつの契約はあくまでティアへの対抗だ。それに余計なことに気を取られて失敗したら本末転倒になるだろう。
Our contract is solely to oppose Tia. If we get sidetracked by unnecessary things and mess it up, it'll all have gone for nothing, right? I had the overwhelming urge to grab him, but he was still the Fae King, even if he had lost his way. One wrong move and I could be erased.
まあそんな事情でな。アスコットにやすやすと器を渡すわけにもいかず、少し困った状況なんだ。
Well, that's the situation. I can't pass the vessel to Ascot very easily, so I'm in a bit of a tough spot.
この問題を解決するためにも、アプローズがうまくあいつを利用して先延ばしにしてくれることを祈ってるよ。
I hope Apros will make good use of him and delay things for me. He said it so casually without a hint of remorse for her. I came to realize once again that pure Fae were not trustworthy. Should I let her know about this? Yeah. If I do, it wouldn't be about revenge anymore. And she'd be left with regrets. Nothing was going the way I wanted. What should I do? Which path is best for her? I stayed in the garden and pressed on with my tense back and forth with Ascot. I'm curious about his vessel, but the whole conversation was derailed if I pushed it. I was interested in hearing his whole story, so I decided not to poke around too much. Instead, all I had was a single question. Ascot, I still don't get it, but are aging and death truly as dreadful as they sound? His reasons were the same ones that made the queen go looking for me. I couldn't resist asking him about it. Well, Ascot's expression turned serious. It's scary. Way more so than the Fae King and Queen. The very concept of eternity, which is so natural for Fae, is slowly but surely crumbling away within me. Even my own heart is being consumed by it, slowly disappearing. A day is fleeting for a Fae, but it's precisely because it feels so short that getting closer to that void is unbearably frightening. As someone who has an infinity lifespan and grows old, that's a sensation beyond my understanding. Finite was finite, wasn't it? I knew what I meant to say. I'm the opposite. It's stranger to me how you all remain so calm and unhurried despite being born with a finite future. See, I did it right that time. A leaf fell from a tree and brushed against Ascot's cheek. Ascot murmured once again as he looked down at the fragment of life that had fallen to the ground so
さっき
easily.
は現世に残りたいと言ったけれど、実は一つだけ現世にいることで得た後悔がある。
I said that I wanted to live in this world, and yet I have one lingering regret that stays here, that staying here has brought to me. Normally, I wouldn't have thought the regret was a word that suited him, but the look on his face told me it was something serious, and that is
恐怖という人らしい感情を理解してしまったことだよ。
it's that I've come to understand that emotion mortals have, fear. It was a feeling I knew all too well. There hadn't been a single thing to fear back when I was protected in that village. Then everything changed that fateful night. That was when I realized what it meant to be powerless and afraid. Knowing that Ascot had also experienced the same despair and terror felt strangely surreal.
現世で楽しい暮らしを謳歌し、さまざまな人や感情に触れるうちに、ある日、ふと気づいた終わりへの恐れ。
I spent my days enjoying life, meeting people, and feeling so many emotions. Then one day I was struck by an undeniable fear of the inevitable end.
そんなものに気づかなければ、まだ楽しいままでいることができた。
I could have kept enjoying things the way they were had I never noticed such a thing.
だから俺は、生まれた瞬間から死への恐怖を理解し、飲み込んでいる君たちが、本当に少しだけれど、羨ましい。
That's why I had this fear of death hanging over me from the moment Ascot was born, and honestly, I do envy you all just a little. Ascot seemed no different than the rest of us when he opened up about his fear, and somehow this is the first time Ascot truly looked like a normal person. I had this fresh, satisfying feeling that I had succeeded in figuring out his blurry edges, knowing that I shared a single common thing with this pure fae before me. Just because you understand it doesn't mean you're truly overcome it. It's not just you. Death is frightening for everyone. My father and the others who protected me that day were probably scared
なら
too.
どうして、君たちはそれから逃れようとしない。
So why are you not trying to escape from it after all that? I looked up at him unwavering because I got this, because that's just how people are. It's not about struggling to escape the end. It's because there's an end that we fight to do what we want to do. When the end arrives, I want to be certain I've left nothing unfinished, that I've strove towards something I can truly be proud of. I'm sure that our meeting and relationship will be the same too. I smiled at the frightened Puka, who harbored a fear unbecoming of a fae. Talking to you has kind of helped me figure it out myself. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks of it. Oh gosh. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks or if it's a good or bad. Revenge is something I want. In that regard, I suppose I should thank you for helping me find those words. Ascot, what's wrong? I waved my hands in front of the spaced out Ascot's face, and he was jolted back into his senses. Then he stared intently at me.
なんか君、光ってない？
Aprose, is it just me or are you glowing? What a nonsensical thing to say. What's this all of a sudden? You should already know that flirting like that won't work on
い
me.
や、口説きとかそういうものではなくて、君の力が見せている幻覚かな。
I'm not trying to flirt. Could this be an illusion your powers are creating? He glanced at my right hand briefly. It appeared he knew about the powers in it. However, I don't feel the need to use it right now. Plus, I haven't activated
だ
it.
よね。
Is that so? Ascot tilted his head one way and then the other, making him look younger than usual. I'm glad we talked like this. I understand your intentions and goals. If you just want me to wait, then we don't need to keep pretending to be lovers. It's obvious, isn't it? If all we're doing is waiting for the right time, then there's no need for dates and sweet exchanges. Alright, I should be going now. If I take too long to return, Nicholas will be suspicious. Wait. He grabbed my hand when I tried to walk past. I almost tripped. What's wrong? Is there something else you want to talk about?
君との恋人関係は
I want to stay lovers. Huh? I was taken aback by the unexpected suggestion. Without me, he would be free to flirt with other women. What could he possibly mean? Why? Like I said before, there's no point to continue this relationship.
それは
What I'm saying is, Ascot was flustered and spoke hurriedly. Then he tilted his head as though uncertain.
そう言われてしまえばそうなんだけれど、何と言えばいいんだろう。自分でもよくわからないというか。
I mean, yes, it does make sense now that you mention it, but what to say? I'm not even sure how to put it myself. What was he on about?
いや、本当にうまく伝えられないな。
Honestly, I can't put it into words. Ascot groaned.
ああ、そうだ。これから全く会わないわけじゃないだろう。情報を共有する場も必要だと思うのだけれど。
Right, it's not like we're never going to see each other again. We'll probably need a safe way to exchange
こ
info.
こで恋人関係が終わってしまうと、使用人である君とわざわざ会う理由がなくなって怪しまれるのではないかな。
If our relationship ends here, I won't have any reason to meet up with you. It'll look suspicious. But we've got the Five Houses conference. If we find a moment away from everyone, we
そ
can
れでは
talk.
ダメな気がするんだ。君と話す時間がろくに取れないとは思わないかい？
I don't think that will work. Would we really have enough time to talk properly?
それに君に話しかけるとエド君が何かとうるさいだろう。
Besides, Ed will never shut up if he finds out I'm talking to you. I suppose taking our time with important matters would be ideal. I'd be grateful if we could do that. Weird, it felt like Ascot's attitude had shifted out of nowhere. Honestly, I expected him to break up with me. Did I say something to change his mind? I've mostly been listening. I don't think I've said anything that would benefit him. There had to be a deeper reason for Ascot to keep this relationship going, considering his desperation over his lifespan and its end. Alright, in that case, let's keep this relationship going a little longer.
そうか。何よりだ。
That's good to hear. Ascot sighed in relief and placed his hand over his heart, or for some reason,
たくさん話をしよ
let's talk a lot.
う。アプローズ。俺は復讐者としての君以外のことも知りたい。
I want to know more about the real you, Apros, not just about the person seeking revenge. And then he said my name in a soft tone I'd never heard before. I was so surprised by the sudden change that I found myself taken aback. Why? What made you change your mind?
自分でもわからないんだ。
I don't even know myself.
それこそたった今、いきなり輝き出した君のことが無性に気になり始めて。
I've grown strangely curious about you lately. You seem to shine whenever I look at you. I didn't understand what Ascot was trying to convey. He spoke as if in a dream. I repeated something I'd told him before. I didn't use my face-light hand, though.
わかっているよ。けれど、俺の目にはそう見えるんだ。全体的に君の姿がきらめいているような。
I know you didn't, but it looked like you looked that way. It looked that way to me. You seem to glow from head to toe.
もしかしてこれも老化の影響なのかな。
Is this a sign of aging? I wonder. Even if that was the case, there's nothing I can do
だよね。
about it.
あまりにもひどいなら、陛下に似たような症状がないか調べてみようかな。
Yeah, if it gets worse, I might see if Her Majesty has any similar symptoms. Alright, just try not to collapse.
心配してくれているの？
Are you worried about me? If something were to happen to you, I'd lose one of my few options I have.
そうか。そうだね。
That makes sense. I thought I had made it clear that he was nothing more than a tool for me.
ありがとう。君がそう言ってくれるのなら。
Thanks, if that's how you feel
半
then.
端なところで倒れるわけにはいかないな。
I can't pass out now when I'm only half finished. Seeing him so happy unsettled me a little for some reason. She's like, you weirdo. From then on, Ascot invited me on dates more often. Unlike before, he told me every single thing about the search for the Queen's vessel. I'd appreciated it, but...
今の5家の代表たちは始祖のピュアがそのまま生まれ変わったかのような性格をしていてね。
The personality of the current heads of the 5 houses make them feel more like the reincarnations of the original Fae who founded their houses than their
特に
descendants.
シリフの頑固さと生真面目さなんてエド君は瓜二つさ。
What is he wearing? What is he wearing? Red has Sif's seriousness and stubbornness down to a T. I can easily picture what kind of Fae Sif's was. I flipped through a history book as I sat next to Ascot, comparing the correcting facts. Aren't we a little too close? Ever since that conversation in the garden, Ascot has found various ways to close the distance between us. I was cautious at first, but what kind of Fae was Anacel, my ancestor?
ピュアにしては珍しいヒューマ寄りの感覚を持つ優しい妖精だったよ。
She was a little like
君に
you.
似ているかな？
A kind Fae with more human-like senses, which is rare for a pure Fae. I'm not very kind.
雰囲気がだよ。なんというか、一度決めたことを曲げない信念みたいな部分も。かな？
It's more about the vibes, kind of like your strong sense of conviction. Once you're set on something, you stick it out. Stick to it, sure. I've decided to go through with my revenge no matter what, but you're comparing her conviction to my revenge? That's rude.
彼女も彼女でかなり変わっていたからな。ま、事実だから。
She was quite unique herself too, and it's the truth. I'll take that as a compliment. I'd been smiling more often lately, drawn in by Ascot's gentle smile. This is just an act, part of my strategy. This was what I'd been telling myself at least.
でも俺はエインセルより君の方がいいな。
Honestly, I prefer you over Ainsel. What's with you all of a sudden? Ascot had changed, and his every move confused me. Even now, I struggled to shift the conversation to hide my growing unease. Come to think of it, I didn't learn Puka was a Fey horse until you mentioned it. Why are you trying to hide that? It's not like your true identity would be exposed if people knew.
その馬って響き、あんまり好きじゃないんだよね。
I'm not really a fan of how the word horse sounds.
例の制約のことを考えると、陛下を乗せるだけの忠実な馬みたいに聞こえるじゃないか。
Considering the rule imposed upon me, doesn't it sound like I'm a loyal horse meant to carry Her Majesty? I guess you could say that. What kind of Fae is Puka anyway?
一言で言えば、惑わすものかな。気まぐれに人を惑わせ、時には気まぐれに幸運を運ぶ。
In a word, a trickster. They love messing with people on a whim. They can bring good luck at times too. That's pretty much you in a nutshell, though. I've yet to see any good fortune from you.
お褒めに預かり光栄だよ。
I'll take that as a compliment. It wasn't one. It'll be a different story if I manage to achieve my goals, though. That would make you my little good luck Fae.
その場合、俺にとっても同じことが言えると思うけれど。
Well, in that case, the same goes for me too. I suppose that could be the case. Oh no, Ascot simply nodded along with teasing me. It felt so unlike him. I almost wanted to act all strange too. However, I didn't understand why, but our time together just felt so fun, so nice, and so warm.
では、お互いが幸運の象徴になれるように頑張ろうか。
Alright, let's give it our all and become each other's good luck charms.
もし目的を達することができたら、君とどこか遠くへ出かけたいな。
If I manage to achieve my goal, I'd like to take you somewhere far away. That was bad, really bad. At this rate, I had a feeling that meeting up with Ascot would become something very ordinary even after I accomplished my goal. Is that bad for her? I spent time with Apros the next day. I went to see the palace to report to the queen.
以上、例の女性は反女王派であることが確定したので、ウォード家に捕獲を依頼しました。
That is all for now. The woman is confirmed to be aligned with the anti-royalist. I've asked House Ward to take her into
芋づる式
custody.
に彼女が支援していた落日の渡りガラスの資金源を差し押さえることができそうです。
After following this lead, it looks like we'll be able to seize finances she's using to support the Twilight Ravens.
そう、ご苦労様。これでしばらくは賊もおとなしくなるでしょう。でも。
Well then, well done. This should keep the bandits at bay for a while, but
何か心配事がおありですか？
is something worrying you, Your Majesty?
ええ。あなた、最近とても真面目ね。
There is, yes. You've been very serious lately.
は？
Huh? Wait, did she just say she was worried about me because I've been too
旅
serious?
館が話していたわ。聞けば調査以外で女性と戯れることがほとんどなくなってしまったんですって。
I've overheard the maids talking. They said you've spent barely any time with women outside of your investigation.
あなたが凶楽から離れるなんて何かの病気かしら。そもそもピュアって病気にかかるの？
You're distancing yourself from your casual entertainment. Could it be illness? Can pure fate even catch diseases?
さあ、私も聞いたことはないですね。それに私とていつも遊んでいるわけではありませんよ。
I can't say I've heard that one myself. Besides, I can't spend all my time fooling around.
ぶっ飛ばしてやろうか、この女。
Can I just punch her already? Murderous intent flickered across my mind for a moment, but I reined it in to avoid being noticed. I couldn't deny it. I hadn't had any chance to hang out with women lately.
自分でもよくわからないんだよな。
I'm not so sure myself. I just couldn't really get in the mood for some reason.
彼女と話していれば退屈することもない。
But there's never a dull moment when I talk to her. If I had to choose, I'd rather spend my time with Apros than meet up with other women. Oh my god. Why did I start thinking about all of this, though?
まさかこれも老化の現象じゃないだろうな。
Is this a sign of aging? I hope not. The queen's smile deepened as she watched me struggle
それと
internally.
も別の病気かしら。時折何かを思い、ぼーっとしているあなたの姿
Or could it be some other illness? The way you zone out sometimes, it's almost as if you're in
情
love.
熱的な恋に落ちた。あの子みたいだわ。
You're acting like that girl who fell head over heels in love. I almost jumped in surprise. The person the queen had mentioned was a pure fae, a woman connected to the person I considered my lover.
まさか惑わせる側ならともかく、私がそんな感情に溺れることなどありえませんよ。
No way. It'd be one thing if I were the one being tricked, but there's no way I'd be overwhelmed by such emotions. Honestly, I didn't quite understand why it took me a few seconds to answer. The queen seemed to have come up with something while I had been lost in
あ
thought.
あ、そうだわ、アスコット。あなた今日からしばらく謹慎ね。王宮に上がらなくていいわ。
Oh, right. I almost forgot to mention it, but you'll be on a little timeout starting today, alright? You don't need to show up at the palace for a while.
は？
Huh? The command was so out of the blue that I couldn't help but let out a huh slip.
何か？そうそう？
Did I do something wrong? Cold sweat ran down my back. I thought she had seen through me, but it seemed like I was mistaken.
私も不本意なのだけれど、ここ数日、あなたに恋へと脅された女性からの苦情が殺到しているのよ。
I didn't want to tell you this, but I've been bombarded with complaints from women who have fallen
一
for you.
般の民ならともかく、有力な家柄からの苦情はさすがに無視できないの。
It's one thing if they're coming from commoners, but I can't really ignore them when they're coming from prestigious households.
なるほど。
I see. I hadn't been fooling around recently, but the fact that I used to do so couldn't be erased. My womanizing ways were part of my job. There was no way she'd suddenly decide to suspend me after all this time unless...
何か別に理由があると。俺という側近を遠ざけることで、あえて反女王派を誘い出そうとしているのか。
There must be some other reason. She's trying to lure the anti-royalists closer by pushing away her closest aide. Even for a fabricated reason, it felt forced, but I couldn't exactly refuse her.
かしこまりました。心身を静かな場所に置き、反省してまいります。
Very well, I will retreat to a quiet place and reflect on my actions. And he's like, bad llama.
場所ならもう決まっているわ。自分の屋敷ではなくて、バーンスタイン家で謹慎してちょうだい。
I've already decided on a place. It won't be your estate, though. You'll be staying at the Bernstein mansion during your
エ
suspension.
ディとエドなら、しっかりあなたのことを見張ってくれるでしょう。謹慎なのだから、閉じこもっていなさいな。
Eddie and Ed will keep a close eye on you. Just stay cooped up since you're suspended. In an unexpected turn of events, the queen has managed to put me exactly where Apros was.
休暇だと思って、しばらくのんびり過ごさせてもらおう。
I'll consider this a break and take it easy for a
ア
while.
プローズは、俺が屋敷に来ることをどう思うかな。また厄介だと思うか。
I wonder how Apros will feel about me coming to the estate. Will she find it annoying again,
少しぐらいは嬉しいと思ってくれるだろうか。
or will she be happy to see me? I washed the dirty laundry piece by piece, placing them in the basket to be hung outside later. This stain is a persistent. I might not come off with just one wash. I couldn't bring myself to give up, so I continued scrubbing as best I could.
よった。追加の洗濯物を持ってきた。ここに置いとくな。
Whoops! There we go! I have more laundry. I'll leave it here. Thank you. I'll get to it as soon as the current load is done.
頼む。今日の仕事は少ないし、早めに終わるかもな。
Our workload's light today, so we might wrap up early.
ローズは空いた時間で何かしたいこととかある？
Is there anything you want to do while you've got some free time, Rose? Maybe I'll read for a while. I happen to have borrowed the 4 Great Tragedies from Ascot. Knowing him, he probably is going to ask my thoughts on the book. I better read it thoroughly. I suddenly noticed Philip staring at me, a warm smile on his lips. What is it, Philip? Is something on my face?
いや、なんか最近の君楽しそうに生きてるなって。
It's just you seem to be enjoying life lately. Do I?
そうそう。特に休みの日とか心なしか足が弾んでるし。
Yeah, you do, especially on your days off. You kind of look like you're skipping a little.
休憩中に本を読んでる時も少し口元が緩んでる気がする。
I feel like I even see you smiling when you're reading during breaks. Days off and reading, that could only mean it must be Ascot's effect. I tended to meet up with him on my days off and during breaks. I always read the latest book I'd borrowed from him. Honestly, I hadn't thought I'd changed at all. Do I really seem that happy these days?
ああ、生き生きしてるな。
Yeah, you're full of life. I was hard to deny it when someone as sharp as Philip pointed it out. Am I actually enjoying my time with Ascot? We were using each other out of nothing more than mutual interest, though, weren't we? This isn't good. Is this part of Ascot's strategy? I need to pull myself together. If I grow careless, that mischievous Fae will have me doing whatever he wants. I steadied myself and got up, carrying the freshly washed clothes to hang outside, but then, out of nowhere, my vision suddenly blurred and I couldn't feel the ground beneath my feet.
危ない
Watch out! Philip grabbed my wrist and steadied me just as I was about to fall. Thank you, sorry, I feel a little lightheaded.
大丈夫か？よく見たらなんか顔色が良くないな。
Are you okay? Come to think of it, you do look a little
洗濯は
pale.
俺が変わるから君は部屋で休んでろよ。
I'll take care of the laundry. You should go to your room and rest. I can't possibly do that.
いいからいいから。また無茶をしたらそれこそぶっ倒れるかもしれないぜ。
It's fine, really. You can't force yourself to continue. You might actually pass out next time. Philip snatched the basket and pushed me out of the room with his free hand. Do I really look that pale? I touched my cheek, noticing any difference from how I normally looked was hard without a mirror. Collapsing would be bad though, so taking Philip's offer and resting was for the best, and I'm already aware of what's causing this. Sleep. I'd had a lot of nightmares lately. They haunted me even when I was awake. Because of that, I hadn't been able to sleep well, leading me to being sleep deprived. I should go to bed early tonight. The image of a young man came to mind. I need to make sure I'm ready just in case Ascot drops by. I headed to my room for a nap, unsure if my guess was correct. I felt better after my nap and slipped out of the mansion to go to Goneril's shop. However, she was nowhere to be found. Could she have gone out? I was thinking of telling her that Ascot could be trusted as an ally right after I whispered that.
あの男とはもう関わるな。
You shouldn't be involved with that man, my lady. When I turned around, I saw John. His face was a little pale. John, you don't look well. Is everything okay?
お嬢
そうなのね。
My lady. John quickly caught me just as I was about to fall again. Sorry, how strange. I just took a nap a little while ago. Neither one of them were sleeping. I know he said he can cause nightmares, but is it intentional? Is it accidental? Is it just always, forever and ever and ever if you just meet him for too long? He was giggling about it before.
まさかお嬢も悪夢のせいで眠れなくなってるのか？
Are you having nightmares that are keeping you from sleeping well? Do you too have restless leg syndrome? You too?
ああ。俺の話を聞いてくれ。
Listen to me, my lady. John grabbed my shoulders, a desperate look on his face.
アスコットにはこれ以上近づくな。恋人のふりなんてもってのほかだ。
Don't get any closer to Ascot. Pretending to be his lover is out of the question. Huh? His desperation left me speechless. Why the sudden shift, John? You agreed with me before, didn't
あ
you?
の時とは状況が何もかも違う。
Okay. If we made good choices, good bad choices, this should take us to the Astray ending. Depending on how this goes. So.
いいか。あの人から聞き出したんだが。
Things are completely different now. Listen, I got something important out of him.
妖精馬プーカには周囲の者に悪夢を見させて生命力を奪う力があるらしい。
Fey Horse Puka apparently has the ability to make those around him have nightmares and can drain them of their life force. John's statement struck a chord. I went quiet, something he noticed.
心当たりがあるんだろう。お嬢が悪夢を見るようになったのはアスコットと接触してから。違うか？
You must know what I'm talking about. The nightmare started after you got involved with Ascot, right? Yes, you're right. But are you implying that Ascot's trying to kill me?
ああ。そもそもあいつは妖精女王の側近だ。手放しで信頼できる相手じゃないだろう。
He's a close associate of the Fey Queen. He's not someone you should blindly trust. I get that. But if I cut ties with him, my plan for revenge will be back to square one.
それでもいい。
That's
大体
fine.
なら俺がいくらでもする。
I'll do whatever it takes to make things right.
俺はお嬢に危険な目に遭ってほしくないんだ。
I don't want to make you... I don't want you to be in any danger, but... The old Ascot might have harmed me, but now I just don't feel like he'd do that anymore. I can't explain why.
それすらも演技だと思っていないのか。
You don't think that could be an act? It's not that. I know the dangers of placing my complete trust in him better than anyone, but I do believe there are times when you need to trust the person you're using. If I let my suspicion spiral so badly that I can't act, it'll all be pointless.
それは事実だ。
That's true, but that guy is... I'm not saying I fully believe Ascot, but he's definitely beginning to change. I want to see how this change will impact us at least. John's face contorted in pain as he listened to me.
アスコットの秘密を何も知らないから、そんなことが言えるんだ。
You can say that because you don't know Ascot's secret. You mean his contract with Oberon? Ascot told me about that himself.
違う。俺が言いたいのは、その先。奴が契約達成の暁に受け取る報酬。
That's not it. I'm talking about the reward he gets once the contract is fulfilled, not his. His new vessel. Huh? John's grip on my shoulder tightened as he forced the words out. My lady, please stay calm and hear me out. The vessel the Fae King has prepared as his new body. It's Riley. Oh my god, I didn't see that coming. I didn't predict this at all. Come again? The name I'd heard was that of someone I'd lost 8 years ago. Why? How? How could it possibly be my brother? Because he's still alive. His body is hidden somewhere, being used as a bargaining chip with Ascot. My brother is alive? Wait, that means if I were to get my revenge on the queen, Ascot will do it without hesitation. He'll use Riley's body as his new vessel. He won't care that there's already someone else's consciousness in there. No way. The connection I had slowly built with Ascot began to crumble. The Fey horse Puka showed me my worst possible nightmare. He was the true embodiment of a merciless pure Fey right down to his very core. The Astray!
これで分かっただろう、お嬢。あいつはライリーを狙う敵だ。
Do you see now, my lady, how an enemy targeted Riley? He's an enemy targeting Riley.
お嬢のことも寿命のために利用しているに過ぎない。これ以上近づくのは危険だ。
He's only using you for his lifespan. Getting closer to him is too dangerous. So Ascot is aware of all of this. He deceived me? Everything I'd been told hit me hard. I was so shocked that I was unable to move. John urged me to sit. He looked at me concernedly and recounted the events that had led to him learning the truth. He helped me sit in a chair to calm down, then took a seat nearby. It all started 8 years ago.
瀕死のライリーを見つけた妖精王が彼のユニークとしての力の強さに目をつけた。
After the village was attacked, the Fae King found Riley dying and saw just how powerful of a demi-fae he was.
まで来ていたアスコットの存在を知って、あいつを手駒にするちょうどいい材料に思ったらしい。
The Fae King then discovered Ascot was in the village. Apparently, he saw him as a perfect pawn. Has Ascot even heard about this?
どうだろうな。知っていたらさすがにライリーの居場所をお嬢から探り出そうとするはずだが。
I'm not sure if he knows. He'll probably try to learn Riley's whereabouts from you.
考えてみれば、妖精王も簡単に相手を信頼するようなタイプじゃない。
But now that I think about it, the Fae King isn't the type to trust others easily.
目的達成前に肉体が奪われるのを避けるために、どこかに隠してるんだと思う。
I think he's keeping Riley hidden somewhere. That's why he won't lose your brother's body. That way he won't leave his gosh. That way he won't lose your brother's body before achieving his goal. The truth John revealed left me torn. I had learned my brother had survived, but I felt betrayed by both Ascot and Obrion. Why didn't Obrion tell me about my brother? I growled in anger when I thought of his Robin appearance. John tried to soothe me, his voice calm.
結局、あいつらは妖精だからだ。
In the end, they're a fae. That's all there is to it. Huh? John's voice was colder than I'd ever heard it, almost as if he blamed himself.
モネリ、妖精はどんなに強力
Goneril told me something.
的に見えても、その実、自分たちのしたいことだけをして、やられる方の気持ちなんかお構いなし。
They might act all helpful, but in the end, they just do whatever they want. They don't care how their actions affect others.
悪意すらない純然たる邪悪。それがあいつらなんだ。
They don't act out of malice. They're just pure, undiluted evil. I felt a little uncomfortable, knowing that someone as cheerful and friendly as her would say something so cold, Riley. All I could do at the moment was try my best to accept the truth that had been revealed to me after 8 long years.
これで分かっただろう、お嬢。
You finally get it now, don't you, my
ア
lady?
スコットの真意がどうあれ、いずれライリーの肉体をめぐって対立することは決まっているんだ。
No matter what Ascot's true motives are, it'll only be a matter of time before we end up fighting over Riley's
悪
body.
夢の件もある。これ以上、あいつに近づくべきじゃない。
The nightmares are already a problem too. You mustn't approach him. John had a point. Even if my revenge on the Queen succeeded, I could never offer my brother up to Ascot as his new vessel. I would stop him, even if it cost me my life, even if I had to kill him in that case. I get it, John. I'll keep my distance from Ascot.
お嬢。
My lady. If I were honest, my expectations and trust in Ascot had completely disappeared. There was a chance that he didn't even know about Riley, and if he did, I couldn't help but hope he wouldn't use him as a vessel. That was just wishful thinking on my part, though. Reality wouldn't be so kind. I had to make the best possible move, but I'm going to press Ascot for answers first. That should help us keep him in check, too.
分かった。
Fine.
アスコットが俺たちを出し抜いてライリーの肉体を強奪しないとも限らないしな。
There's always the chance Ascot will betray us and take Riley's body for
でもお
himself.
嬢、これだけは約束してくれ。
But promise me
絶対に
one thing, my lady.
あいつにほだされるなよ。
Don't let him get to you no matter what. Obviously. I nodded, trying to brace myself. I knew all too well that placing my complete trust in Ascot was no longer an option. Claiming I'm not shaken at all would also be a lie. I needed to know that what Ascot's true intentions were now more than ever.
そういうことで、しばらくこちらでお世話になる。よろしく頼むよ、ローズ。
Looks like I'm sticking around for a bit. Take care of me, Rose. Welcome to the estate, Lord Ascot. I made sure the pocket watch was secured so Oberon couldn't listen in before learning that Ascot was staying in the mansion for a while. The timing is almost too perfect. It feels a little too convenient, even if it is a coincidence. Even so, I decided to look at this as a perfect opportunity to uncover Ascot's true
ア
intentions.
スコットさん、彼女には夕食の用意がありますから。
Ascot, she has dinner preparations to take care of.
おや、エド君はまた邪魔をするのかい。恋人にただ挨拶をするぐらい許してほしいものだが。
Oh, interrupting me again, Ed. You should at least let me say hello to my beloved.
それは彼女の仕事が終わってからでお願いします。
Please wait until she's finished with her work.
アスコットさんも遊びに来たわけではないでしょ。陛下から謹慎中に経緯の報告書を書くように命じられているはずです。
You're not here just to mess around, are you? Her Majesty ordered you to write a report on what happened during your suspension, didn't she?
そういえばそうだった。形ばかりの謹慎だというのに、あの方も細かいよね。
Oh, yeah, that's a thing. She sure is meticulous, even though this suspension is merely for show. Ascot clapped his hands as if he had just come up with a brilliant
それで
idea.
はローズ、仕事の後で構わないから庭に来てくれるかい？
Rose, how about meeting me in the garden after you're done with
そ
work?
の時にゆっくり二人で話をしたいんだ。
I'd love to have a nice private chat, just the two of us. All right.
アスコットさん、私の話を聞いていましたか？
Ascot, are you even listening to me?
ああ、もちろんだと思う。だから仕事が終わった後。ね。
Absolutely, that's why I told her to meet me after she's done working. Edward rubbed his temple as if he had a headache, but this was convenient for me. I should take this opportunity to ask him about my brother. I had to prepare an appropriate course of action depending on Ascot's answers, but...
お疲れ様、アプローズ。今日はね、君が喜んでくれそうな昔話をまとめてきたんだよ。
Nice work today, Apros. I put together an old tale that I think you'll
こ
like.
この庭園は静かで落ち着くな。花を眺めながら、ゆっくり語り合おうじゃないか。
This garden is quiet and peaceful. Let's relax and chat and enjoy the flowers. I found it hard to bring up the subject seeing as Ascot looked more cheerful than usual. All I need to do is mention my brother's name, so why can't I do it? Part of me was scared of what Ascot would say, and I hated myself for it. What would I possibly do if he claimed my brother was nothing more than a vessel, with that cruel yet innocent smile of his? But the man in front of me had no idea how I felt. He looked so
前
happy.
はエインセルとシルフの話をしたから、今回はアル君の祖先であるスプリガンの話をしよう。
Since we talked about Ansel and Sif last time, let's talk about Spiragon's Al's ancestor this time. Sure.
スプリガン。彼は鉱石などを使った細工が得意でね。少し年代物になるけれど、俺も彼からもらったブローチをまだ持っているんだよ。
Spiragon was particularly skilled in crafting ores and minerals. I still have the brooch she once gave me, though it's quite old now. Ascot held out a crooked brooch. Despite how ancient it was, its brilliant and intricate craftsmanship remained evident. So pretty. I got so caught up in the moment that I'd forgotten the situation and blurted that out.
だろう？彼の腕は本当に一流だったんだよ。このブローチは、当時から浮き名を流していた俺に呆れた彼が。
Told you, didn't I? His skill was truly exceptional. He made this brooch after tiring of my colorful reputation at the
いつか
time.
本気で思う大切な女性ができたとき、これを渡してお遊びとは決別しろと。お守り、いや、戒め代わりにくれたものでね。
He gave this to me as a sort of keepsake, or maybe a warning. When you find a woman you truly love, give this to her and leave your feverish ways behind, he said. Wait, we're talking about that time when Spiragon was still around. This must have happened 500 years ago. If he had been fooling around for that long, then he was a true-born womanizer. Believing in him would only make me a fool. Just as that thought crossed my
当時
mind.
の俺は、そんな機会は一生訪れないと思っていたのだけれど。
Back then, I was honestly convinced that I'd never experienced something like that. His gem-like eyes looked straight at me.
今になってようやく出番が訪れたような気がするよ。
After all these years, I think the moment has finally arrived. Huh? Ascot took my hand and carefully placed the brooch, laden with its long history, into my palm. Ascot, this is... Caught off guard by the conversation and his sudden gesture, my reaction was a bit
古いも
delayed.
のでごめんね。でも嫌でなければ、どうか受け取ってくれないかな。
Sorry about it, that it's so old, but I'd really like you to have it, if you don't mind.
このブローチはきっと、君との出会いを待っていたんだ。
I think this brooch has been waiting for you all along. My hands trembled as I took it. The brooch, warmed by Ascot's touch, glowed gently. What should I do? This was nothing like the old Ascot. His fearsome presence at our first meeting was gone, now replaced by something entirely new. I knew I shouldn't believe in him, but I couldn't help wanting to. Are you sure you understand what giving me this brooch means?
ああ。この屋敷に来るまでの間に、 あの時君が輝いて見えた理由を自分なりに考えてみたのだけれどね。
Just checking. Listen, this thing needs to be more consistent. I spent some time thinking about why you seemed so bright that day on my way here.
悩み抜いた末に結論が出たんだ。
I've agonized over it and I've come to a conclusion. Ascot's eyes were filled with a gentle sweetness. He moved forward, guided by the emotion shimmering within them.
アプローズ。俺は君のことが愛おしい。
Apros, I love you deeply.
君を世界で一番大事にしたい。縛られた相手になどではなく、君にこそ俺の真心を渡したいと思うよ。
I cherish you more than anyone else in the world, not because I'm bound to by obligation, but because I truly wish to give you my heart.
君のそばで生きて、君の一番になりたいんだ。もし君がそれを俺に許してくれると言うなら、もう二度と君以外の女性には触れないと誓う。
I want to stay by your side and be the one who matters the most to you. If you grant me this wish, I swear that I will never touch another woman again.
君がたとえそう言わなくても、もう俺自身、他の女性には触れたいとも思わない。俺が抱きしめたいのは君、ただ一人なんだ。
I've already made up my decision. Even if you never say it, I will never desire another. The only one I long to hold is you. And that would be great if it wasn't the Astray ending, which means good things don't happen. Yeah, no. He conveyed his feelings with an almost unsettling sincerity. The moment Ascot confessed his love, the petals in the garden swirled into the air. His expression was more earnest than ever.
返事はまだいらない。でも目的を達成したその先で、君と普通に過ごせるようになったなら。
You don't have to answer me yet, but if I can live an ordinary life with you once we've achieved our
俺の
goals.
この思いに応じるかどうかを真剣に考えてくれないかな。
Could you please take some time to truly consider how you feel about me? You can't just say something like this out of nowhere. The brooch in my palm clinked as if resonating with my uncertainty. I can't let myself be swayed. These are just more sweet words, most likely. He's a fae who's a master of persuasion after all. I mustn't entertain the thought of trusting him. I need to ask Ascot about my brother's body. I knew this, and yet my heart pounded so loudly that I can't think straight. Ascot gazed down at me, his smile tender, my face flushed red.
それでは、俺は部屋に戻るよ。今の話、どうか考えておいてくれ。
I'll be going back to my room now. Just please think about what I said. And just like that, he quietly left the garden without another word. Left behind, I found myself unable to take my eyes off of his retreating figure. Why? Why did you have to say this now of all times? I shut my eyes tightly and clutched the brooch I had been entrusted. I realize now that I'm afraid to learn the truth about him. What if Ascot's only confessed because my brother has to be sacrificed? The shock and betrayal are hitting me so hard I can't even stand up. What if this was just another part of Ascot's plan? I didn't think I'd ever be able to win against him. A sound echoed from behind me. I turned around, panicked, wondering if someone had been listening in. Why are you here, John? The relief of realizing it wasn't someone from the estate was short-lived. Before I knew it, I rushed to him, even though I knew he shouldn't be here. Why are you here? Is it urgent? I know you won't let them find you, but this is risky. I stepped into the shadows casted by the trees, pulling him to a spot hidden from view. Then I noticed the somber look on his face. About what he just said. Uh-huh. Are you gonna accept his confession? For a second, I stood there frozen, unsure of what he meant. My face turned crimson when it clicked. Have you been listening in? Yeah. I was worried that Ascot would do something to you.
会話を見守るだけのつもりだったんだけど、思わぬ流れに動揺して。
I was only going to watch from afar, but the way things played out left me unsettled. Oh, Ascot's confession alone was enough to leave me flustered, but knowing John had seen my flushed face made the embarrassment worse. John's expression only grew more conflicted as he watched me.
それでどうなんだ?
What are you going to do?
まさかとは思うが。
I hope I'm wrong.
あいつを信じて応じるつもりじゃないだろうな。
But you're not actually thinking of accepting, are you? About that. I hated that I couldn't immediately say no. I hesitated, and John's face filled with undeniable hurt.
騙されるな、お嬢。あれは全部あいつの演技だ。言っただろ。気をつけろと。
Don't be fooled, my lady. It's all an act. I told you to be careful. I know that. But if things stay as they are, then I'd rather not change anything. If I turn him down now, our alliance may be ruined.
それなら、俺が何とかすると言ってるだろ。
I told you I'd do something about it, so stop depending on him, but...
やれやれ。あいつにかかれば、お前でもそのありさまか。
Good grief, even you aren't immune to his tricks, huh? A single robin had gently drifted into the space near us before I'd even noticed it. The voice was devoid of emotion. It could only belong to Obrion.
久しぶりだな。懐中時計をしまい込んで、俺が全く干渉できなくなったとでも思ってたか?
Long time no see. Did you honestly believe tucking away the pocket watch would keep me from interfering? It was the Fae King himself, the person I'd made a contract with.
今になって何をしに?
What do you want as a time like this? John stepped forward as if to shield me. Of course, I had long abandoned the idea of seeking Obrion's
ご挨
advice.
拶だな。こうして呼ばれなくても来てやったのに。
What a way to say hello. I showed up for you, even though you didn't call. I won't let you pretend that you've forgotten about your brother's body. Oh god. I won't let you pretend that you've forgotten about my brother's body.
ああ、そのことか。ジョンから全部聞いたみたいだな。
Look at that! Looks like John filled you in and everything. Obrion fluttered his wings skillfully and shrugged. He remained cautious. Why? Why did you hide the fact that my brother's been alive this whole time?
俺がお前と結んだ契約はティアのことだけだ。それ以外の関係のない話について親切に全て語ってやる義理はないな。
Our contract is about Tia, nothing more. Indulging you on unrelated details isn't my duty. Unrelated? Don't be ridiculous. He's my last remaining family member. Driven by anger, I tried to seize Obrion, but John held me back, his sharp gaze locked onto the Fae King as he pressed for an answer.
あの男は提供される器がライリーであることを知っているのか?
Is he aware that Riley's the one being prepared as his vessel?
ん? ああ、教えてはいない。けど。
No, I haven't told him, but...
あいつなら調べ上げていてもおかしくはないな。なんせ自分の寿命がかかってるんだから。
It wouldn't surprise me if he's already looked into it. His life's literally on the line after all.
何をそんなにジタバタと。だいたいそれを知ってどうするんだ?
What's all the fuss? Even if you do know, what can you do about
ま
it?
さかとは思うが、あの妖精馬が自分のためにライリーの肉体を諦めてくれると本気で夢見てるのか?
You can't seriously believe that Fae horse would give up Riley's body just for you, can you? What are you, a kid?
だいたい今回のことはお前も悪い、アプローズ。
At the end of the day, you share some of the blame for this, Apros.
自分が掲げた目的を忘れて、今さら恋に生きようとするなんてな。
I can't believe you abandoned your own purpose just to chase after love. Quit it. I refused to listen to Obrion and desperately covered my ears. I'm not living for love. And I never chose Ascot.
じゃあなんでさっき告白にうなずかなかった?
Then why didn't you accept his confession earlier?
引き伸ばして断るよりもいっそうなずいた方がアスコットの油断を誘えるとお前も分かっていただろう。
You knew, didn't you? A simple nod would have been far more effective in making Ascot let his guard down rather than dragging things out only to reject him later. About that.
もうやめてくれ。
That's enough. John leveled a cold glare at Obrion, and his hold of me tightens.
これ以上お嬢を傷つけるつもりなら、俺は
If you plan on hurting her any more than you already have, I'll.
俺はお前に何ができるって
You'll what? What can you do?
まあいい。俺の言葉で冷静になったならさ。
Whatever. If my words help clear your head, then that's all that matters.
ピュアが、それもあの妖精馬プーカが、誰か一人を愛することは絶対にありえない。
A pure fae, especially the fae horse Puka, could never love just one person, ever.
お前の兄のことを知ろうと知るまいと、必ず裏切り、寿命を得ようとするだろう。そのことを忘れずに、うまく利用するんだな。
He will betray you whether he knows about your brother or not. His goal is to extend his life. Keep that in mind. Use him to your advantage. Obrion disappeared after having struck me with his harsh truth, swallowed by the wind. I know that already.
お嬢
Milady. John gently held me upright as I spoke in frustration. I know, that's why it hurts so much. I feel so worthless. I failed everyone. It's so frustrating. John held me closer, his arms tightening around me with everything he had. John.
辛いなら何も考えなくていい。お嬢が願う復讐なら
If it's too much for you, don't think about
果た
it.
してみせるから。
I'll make your revenge a reality no matter what it
お
takes.
嬢は自分を大事にすることだけを
Just
考えて
focus on taking care of yourself, my lady. You're so stupid. I knew I could never do such a thing, and yet, John's kindness filled me with relief. He had never left my side. I held him in return, silently apologizing in my heart.
はあ？新しい器はいらない？
You don't need a new vessel.
ええ。お呼び立てされてついでのようになり申し訳ない。あなたにそれだけを伝えたかったのですよ。
My apologies if it sounded like a side note after you called me here. I simply wanted to let you know. After parting ways with Aprose, Obrion suddenly summoned me in his true form. I took the chance to bring up the contract.
どういう風の吹き回しだ？あんなにも必死に老いから逃れようとしていたお前が。
What's with the sudden change of heart? Weren't you scrambling to escape aging at all cost? The faking sarcasm didn't matter because at this moment,
寿命よりも大事なものを見つけました。
I found something more important than my lifespan.
は？
Huh.
私にはもう永遠の命なんて必要ないんですよ。
I don't need eternal life
ア
anymore.
プローズと共に同じ時間で生きることができればそれでいい。
As long as I can live the same length as Aprose, that's enough for me. Obrion was left uncharacteristically speechless. It must have been truly unexpected. That said, I couldn't have him act like nothing happened and just leave.
もちろんあなたへの協力は続けますよ。その代わりと言ってはなんですが、契約の条件を変えてほしいんです。
I'll keep helping you out, of course. However, I'd like to renegotiate the terms of our contract in exchange. I added this quickly, trying to stop Obrion from disappearing.
契約の変更。ねえ。器の譲渡に並ぶ条件なんて、お前にあるのか？
You want to renegotiate the contract? You have a wish that could match a new vessel?
ええ。これはおそらくあなたか、陛下しかできないと思っています。
Yes, I believe this is something only you can do, Your Majesty.
私のプーカとしての性質、悪夢を見せる力を完全に消すことはできないでしょうか？
As a Puka, I possess the ability to give nightmares. Is there any way to erase this power entirely?
今はまだ大丈夫みたいだけれど、この先彼女にこの性質のせいで悪影響があったら困るんですよ。
Things seem to be fine for now, but ever having this trait negatively affect her is unacceptable.
なるほど。そうきたか。
I see, so this is the choice you've made. The Fey King closed his eyes and pondered my proposal.
それなら可能だ。むしろ新たな器をお前に提供するより簡単すぎて拍子抜けだよ。
That can be done. In fact, it's so much simpler than giving you a new vessel that it almost feels trivial.
だが、プーカの能力は存在意義そのものだ。俺が力を奪えば自動的に、お前の寿命はさらに縮み、凡庸なユニークと同じになるぞ。
But a puka's ability is their very reason to exist. If I strip you of it, your lifespan will shrink even more. You'd be no different from an ordinary demi-fae.
正直に言えば恐ろしいし迷いはありますよ。それは私が一番恐れていたものですから。
I won't lie, that scares me. I can't help but waver. After all, it's my greatest
けれ
fear.
どまあ彼女と一緒に過ごすためなら仕方ないと思えるようになったので。
In the end, I suppose I can live with it if it means I can stay with her.
それに新しい器が誰かは知りませんけど乗り換えた途端に彼女から軽蔑されそうだ。
And I don't even know what my new vessel would be. The second I trade this body, she'd probably look at me with complete disdain. I was undoubtedly scared, but the words left my mouth so naturally that it caught me off guard. My heart overflowed with feelings for Apros once I couldn't put into words.
契約の変更に応じよ
Fine, I'll go along with the contract
う。
change.
ただし条件がある。このことについて誰にも口外しないこと。もちろんあいつにもだ。
But only on one condition. You can't breathe a word of this to anyone, not even her.
ありがとうございます。感謝しますよ。
Oh my
しか
gosh.
しその条件はまた何でですか？
I can't thank you enough. I really appreciate it. If I may ask, though, why this particular condition?
目的を達する前にこのことをあいつが知った結果、恋に浮かれて迷いが生じたら困る。この条件を守れないなら応じない。
Should she learn of this before her objective is fulfilled and allow love to cloud her judgment, it would be troublesome. If you can't keep this condition, then forget it.
わかりました。逆に言えば彼女
He's such a jerk. Obrium is trash. How can this keep going?
の願いとあなたの望みさえ達成されれば普通に伝えられますからね。
I understand. So as long as her wishes and her goals are fulfilled, I can tell her without a problem.
それでは妖精王陛下改めてどうぞ協力者としてよろしくお願いいたします。
Well then, Your Majesty, I look forward to working together as allies.
ああ
Yeah, sure. He's such a jerk. The entire nation was gradually growing more vibrant and bustling as the exhibition approached. The 5 houses, along with many others, were overwhelmed with work. Ascot's period of confinement had ended and he returned to his estate. He had to have been busy since he hardly visited the Bernstein mansion compared to before. Thanks to that, I hadn't had any nightmares. As for me, I was just a silly goose.
最近アスコット様に全然会えなくて寂しいでしょ。
You must be missing Lord Ascot, Rose. You haven't seen him in
それ
ages.
にあんたも働きすぎじゃない。強引にでも休みをもぎ取って会いに行ったら？
You're overworking yourself, you know? Just take some time off and go see him already. I can't take time off work for personal reasons. I was mentally exhausted and decided to accept John's suggestion of focusing on my duties as a maid for the time being. I kept telling myself that there was no way I could track down the Queen's movements without a proper conversation with Ascot. There was no helping it.
相変わらず自分に厳しいんだから。
Still too strict with yourself, I
でも
see.
そういうことなら悪いけど買い出しをお願いしてもいい？
Still too strict with yourself, I see. If that's how it is, would you mind running a quick errand
ここ
for
のと
me?
ころ書類仕事が多いせいか、旦那様とエドワード様の愛用していらっしゃるインクが在庫も含めてなくなっちゃったのよ。
There's been so much paperwork lately that we've ran out of the ink his lordship and Lord Edwards prefer. Even the backup supply is gone. Got it. How much do we need?
持てるなら2箱、持てないなら1箱でいいわ。絶対に無理はしないで。
Get 2 boxes if you can carry them both. If not, 1 is enough. Just promise me that you won't overdo it. Sure, I'll go buy it now. Evelyn was probably being considerate in her own way. I silently thanked her and headed to the city. On my way back from shopping, I dropped by Goneril's store to speak with John. John was there. Goneril was missing. Where's Goneril?
博覧会当日の警備配置を探りに行ってる。女王も出席して回るみたいだからな。チャンスかもしれない。
She's out checking the security set up for the exhibition. The queen will be there, moving around. This could be our shot. Alright, I'll be waiting for a bit, but if she doesn't show up, I'll return to the mansion.
ああ、よければ紅茶を入れるよ。 少しだけなら時間があるんだろう。座って待ってくれ。
Sounds good. I can make some tea if you'd like. You've got a bit of time, right? Just sit and relax. At John's suggestion, I put the box of ink on the floor and sat in a chair he pointed to. It's been a while since I've last had tea with you, John. Sorry for relying on you two too much. I guess it's about time.
いや、ダメだ。アスコットの動きが見えない以上、お嬢は動くべきじゃない。
That won't do. As long as we don't know what Ascot's up to, you shouldn't do anything.
ライリーの肉体は必ず俺が見つける。それまでもう少し辛抱してくれ。
I swear I'll find Riley's body. Until then, you need to be patient. Fine. Despite his words, I could sense his concern for me. I hate that this is all I can do.
ほら、お嬢。ミルクと砂糖はこっちだ。
Here, my lady, and the milk and sugar are over there. I took the cup of tea John made and sipped it slowly. Its warmth and gentle flavor put me at ease. Am I gonna die here? I chatted with John for a while, but Goneril never showed up. I had no choice but to leave before anyone started asking
途
questions.
中まで送っていくよ。
I'll walk you part way. Let's go. What is gonna happen? I left the store accompanied by John. The area was crowded as people hurried home. I let out a small sigh as I watched John protect me from the crowd, frustrated by my own helplessness. I'm always relying on you, aren't I?
俺は
I don't know why she's so helpless right now.
いくら甘えられたって構わない。
You can rely on me as much as you want, my lady, as long as it's you. John? Suddenly, John gently took my hand.
従者だからな。お嬢ができないことは俺がやればいい。
As your servant, it's my duty to do what you cannot. Thanks, John. His words warmed my heart. I felt a little lighter. Just promise me you won't force yourself. I won't. His warm hand reminded me of holding Riley's, and I responded with an affectionate smile. Little did I know that a man watched the scene from afar. Yeah, why did he hold your hand? He has never held your hand before. Oh, sorry. No, no, no.
なんでどうしてそんな笑顔をあいつに向けるんだアプローズ
Why are you smiling at him like that, Apros? Why do you have a little thing? I'd planned on following Apros when I heard she had gone shopping, but I had spotted them at the corner walking side by
そんな
side.
表情は俺にも見せてくれたことがないじゃないか
You've never shown me that expression, have you?
どうしてだなぜ俺にはあんな風に頼ってくれないんだ
Why do you rely on him like that? I was more aware of the Queen's movements than him. I should be the one helping her fulfill her purpose. Even on days we couldn't meet, I still made sure to send her letters. However, all the replies I'd got from her had been short and indifferent lately. Rather, I felt like she had been avoiding me since that incident in the garden.
俺は君のためにピュアとしての存在意義も寿命すらも捨てようとしているのに
I'm willing to sacrifice my existence as a pure fae for you, even my immortality. So why?
なぜ俺の方を見てくれない
So why won't you look at
俺だけを
me?
思わずに他の男にあんな顔を見せるんだ
Why won't you look at me? Why are you looking at another man like that instead of thinking of only me? When I thought about the smile she'd given him, a vile emotion began forming within me. What if she chose him instead of me? What if she didn't return my love? What if she turned me away? I would have not only lost my lifespan, but also the reason I sacrificed it in the first place. I'd be left with nothing.
そんなこと
There's
あって
no
たま
way
るものか
I'll let that happen. Just imagining what was coming hit me with a fear that felt far worse than growing old. In that case, there was only one way.
手放したくなければ囲えばいい心変わりが恐ろしいというのなら心そのものを俺に縛り付けてしまえばいいんだ
If you don't want to let go, then just keep her trapped. If you're afraid of her heart will change, then bind your very soul to
俺
her.
はプーカだ老いてもピュアである俺ならそれができる
I'm a puka, a Pure Fae. Even if I'm growing old, I can still do that. The whisper of my inner Puka quietly seeped into my mind, gradually taking over my thoughts.
指をくわえて見ているなんて俺らしくもなかったな。
Just sitting idly by, that's not who I am. A crooked smile had crept onto my face before I'd even realized it, one I could sense without a mirror.
ピュアは残酷。それは君にも言えることだろう。アプローズ。
Pure Fae are cruel. I suppose that applies to you too,
俺
Apros.
の気持ちをこんなに振り回して。
You're toying with my feelings like this. You're a very naughty girl.
悪い子には何よりも重い罰が必要だな。
And a naughty girl like you deserves the harshest punishment of all. Pure Fae were said to be cruel. I've just embraced it and lived the way they expected me to. Loyal to my desires, greedy for love, I'd remain selfish, no matter what the cost. However, I couldn't bring my newly formed desire to life alone. I would require a loyal pawn, one who shared my intentions.
ああ。それならあいつがちょうどいい。
He's just the right man for the job. I let him stay by Apro's side forever and ever, just as he wanted. I parted ways with her and returned to my base I'd set up downtown. Despite what I had told her, I still hadn't found a single clue about the location of Riley's body. I just want to know how many... This feels wild. This feels wild.
だがああ言わなければお嬢の心はアスコットに傾き続ける。
I should probably lock my seat if I'm trying to push my seat back. If I hadn't said that, her heart would only continue gravitating towards Ascot. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, be a person of terrible thought, I guess. I never wanted to give her to that man. That strong feeling had quietly grown within me and turned into frustration.
卑怯だな。自分が選ばれることはないと分かっていながら
I'm such a coward. I know she won't choose me, and yet I'm trying to keep her with me. In the end, however, it was just a way to buy time. Every time I saw her agonizing over not being able to trust Ascot, I was again hit with the fact that I'd never be chosen.
だが俺みたいなやつが思いを告げたところで
If I confessed,
焦るだけだ。
all I would do would make her uncomfortable. I said this under my
なん
breath.
だ案外身の程をわきまえているじゃないか。
Well, you're surprisingly self-aware. A dreadful voice echoed ominously around the room that should have been empty. I turned. There he was, a man who hadn't been here a moment ago.
アスコット・リンデル。
Ascot Lindel.
いやあ、久しぶりだね。私が選別代わりに見せてあげた悪夢の味はどうだったかな？
Long time no see. How was that little taste of nightmares I showed you as a parting gift?
ああ、最悪だったよ。
It was terrible. The eerie atmosphere radiating from that man made me draw my dagger and hold it behind my back. The person standing before me was nothing like the one he was with her.
そう警戒しないでおくれ。私は君にとっても素晴らしい提案をしに来たんだから。
Don't be so on edge. I'm here to present you with a brilliant proposal.
素晴らしい提案？
A brilliant proposal.
そう。アプローズの心をつかみ、自分の手元に置いておく方法があると言ったら。
What if I told you there was a way to seize Aprose's heart and keep it forever? Ascot's question left me utterly speechless.
いきなり何を？そんなこと望むわけないだろう。俺は。
The hell are you saying? All of a sudden, I'd never wish for something like that.
所詮は人形。彼女が思いを向けるわけがない。と
You're just a puppet in the end. She could never feel anything for you. That's what you believe, isn't it? Ascot saw right through my feelings. My heart hurt, even though I was the one who had brought it up.
否定もできないのか。本当に哀れな存在だよね。同情のあまり涙が出てきそうだ。
Can't even argue with that, huh? You're utterly pathetic. I almost feel sorry enough to cry.
黙れ。
Shut up.
お前には関係のないことだろ。
This has nothing to do with you. The fake sympathy thrown my way filled me with disgust. I squeezed my fist so tight it bled.
そもそもこいつが。
Only he had never shown up. If this kept up, I'd kill him without even listening to what he had to say.
私に協力をしてくれるのなら、そんなかわいそうな人形である君も彼女に愛されることができるよ。
Even a sad, pitiful puppet like you could be loved by her as long as you cooperated with me.
私、いや俺はね、彼女に復讐も何もかも忘れさせ、その身とあの気高い心を自分のものにしたい。ただ俺という存在を永遠に思ってほしいんだ。
I want to make her forget all about revenge, claim her, and make that noble heart of hers my own. I want her to think only of me forever.
そんな真似。
How dare you?
けれどね、それは今の状況だと俺一人では難しい。なんせ陛下から彼女を隠さないといけないからね。
That said, it's going to be hard to do it alone given the situation. I have to hide her from Her Majesty after all.
だからもし君がその願いに協力してくれたなら、彼女を君にも共有させてあげる。
So I'll let you share her if you agree to help me fulfill that wish. What?
本当は俺以外になんて触れさせたくないけど、彼女を守るには、彼女を自分よりも優先する君の協力が必要なんだ。
Truth is, I don't want anyone else touching her, but I need your cooperation to protect her. You're someone who can put her needs before your own.
うなずくわけがないだろうが。お嬢はものじゃないんだぞ。
I'd never accept that. She's not some object.
じゃあどうして背後に隠している探検を俺に向けないのかな？
Then why haven't you turned that hidden dagger on me yet?
君は分かっているのだろ？
You understand,
こ
don't
の
you?
ままだと自分が絶対に選ばれることはないと。
You do understand there's no way she'd pick you if things stay the way they are.
それどころか、
In
君の
fact,
正体を知られてしまえば、彼女は確実に離れていってしまう。
she'll make sure to stay far away from you if she learns who you really are.
それは。
That's...
でも、俺に協力してくれるのなら、その残酷な現実が覆る。
But if you help me, that cruel reality will change completely.
想像してごらん。自分に愛してると囁く。そんな彼女の声を聞きたくはない？
Just think about it. Don't you crave hearing her whisper, I love you too?
俺は。
Ascot's sweet temptation reached my ears, and the murderous intent I had for the selfish man turned into something far darker. My grip on the dagger loosened. Eventually, it dropped to the floor.
気持ちを無視するなんてありえない。
I can't just disregard her feelings, but
さあ、この俺と契約を結ぼう。これはすべて愛しい子のためなんだよ。
come on, let's make a contract. Everything I do is for the one I cherish.
絶望や悲しみ、辛いことは何もかも忘れさせ、二人で、他には誰もいない花園に、アプローズを書こう。
Forget all the despair, pain, and sorrow. Let's embrace Apros in a flower-filled garden with no one else around, just the two of us.
それこそが彼女が幸せになる唯一の方法なんだ。
That's the only way for her to find happiness. He gracefully extended his hand to me.
辛いなら何も考えなくていい。お嬢が願う復讐なら俺が果たしてみ
If it's
せ
too
る。
much for you, then don't think about it. I'll make your revenge a reality no matter what it
お嬢は
takes.
自分を大事にすることだけを。
Take care of yourself. You're so stupid.
お嬢のそばにいたい。
I want to stay close to her. I gave in to the small, irresistible desire and clenched my fist. Parquet. Donde está? The watch went off in the dead of night. After everyone had fallen asleep, John was calling. The hand settled on the cryptic code pointing to House Lindel's townhouse where Ascot lived. The abrupt change in events startled me. I assumed something had happened with Ascot. I snuck out of the mansion and rushed over. I entered via a window John had likely left open for me, careful not to be seen by anyone. I headed to the room that the watch pointed to. John, I was about to ask John what had happened since I believed that's who I had found in the
い
room.
やあ、会いたかったよ、アプローズ。
Hello, I've been dying to see you, Apros.
深夜の仰せに君が応じてくれてよかった。
I'm glad you agreed to meet me this late. Ascot, why are you here?
おや、私に会えて喜んではくれないのかい？最近の君はそっけなくて寂しかったよ。手紙を書い
Aren't
て
you
も
happy
ろく
to
に
see
返
me?
事もくれず。
You've been so distant lately. I'm lonely. I wrote you letter after letter, but you barely responded. He ignored my question.
何か俺に後ろめたいことでもあったのかな？
Did you do something you felt guilty about, or what? There isn't. A strange chill ran down my spine. The terrifying calm in Ascot's voice made me look away.
やれやれ。久しぶりに会えた恋人の顔から目をそらすなんてひどいな。
Goodness, turning your face away from your lover after all this time, that's a bit mean, don't you think? Ascot pushed closer, peering into my face aggressively. His eyes held that same eerie, captivating glow I remembered so well. These eyes are trouble. Feeling a surge of danger, I immediately tried to escape and hurried to the door. Just before I reached the door, something slammed into my back. John! I couldn't see him before, but before I knew it, he stood right behind me.
無事でよかった。
I'm glad you're okay. He pulled me into his arms without warning, his warmth wrapped around me like a shield, making me feel like I just escaped a life-threatening situation. John! Ascot's acting strange. We have to get out of here fast. I sensed Ascot's presence drawing closer and motioned John to hurry, but John didn't move. It was as though he was trying to keep me trapped. The heck is happening? He remained motionless even when Ascot inched closer. What's going on with you, John? Let me go. I fought to break free in a frenzy of panic and confusion, but his grip was firm and offered no escape. Realizing something was off, I turned my head to meet John's gaze, only to be stunned into silence.
騙してすまない。
I'm sorry for deceiving you. An unsettling darkness was in those eyes, something darker than anything I could have imagined. However, I clearly felt the presence of a twisted emotion within the darkness, desire.
さすがに焼けるな。でもまあ、これも愛のためだ。仕方ない。
I'm pretty jealous to tell you the truth, but hey, it's for love, so I guess it's all right. He stared into my terrified eyes, completely disregarding my will. He turned my face to meet his grip firm. He seized my lips, showing no mercy. My eyes opened wide in shock as Ascot's refined features came into view, but the emotion in his eyes was strangely similar to what I had seen in John's. His tongue tormented me relentlessly. Soon enough, a bizarre sensation coursed through my muddled thoughts. I'm scared. Every time my lips were violated, a burning, tingling sensation crawled down my spine. To make things worse, I felt some kind of energy flowing from my lips, pressed against my own.
すまない。お嬢。
I'm sorry, my lady, but I...
形でもいい。お前のそばにいたい。
I don't care if it's twisted, I just want to be by your side. I don't understand. I struggled to resist my mind growing hazy, but John held me down and I couldn't move an inch. Why are you two? Before I could learn the answer to that question, my vision blurred.
おやすみ、アプローズ。今宵ばかりは悪夢ではなく。
Good night,
いい夢。
Apros. Let tonight be filled with pleasant dreams, not bad ones. My goodness. With that soft, sweet whisper, my consciousness slowly slipped into a peaceful slumber. Little did I know that this slumber would mark the final point of my revenge. Several months had passed since then. The exhibition concluded safely, and the five houses decided to not hold meetings for the time being. This time, we gathered at the Bernstein mansion to go over the aftermath of the exhibition. That said, the final farewells were over in a flash. I was just about to return home
Ascot-san.
when...
少しいいですか？
Do you have a moment, Ascot? Edward called out to me. I turned around slowly.
どうしたのかな、エド君。何か伝え忘れたことでも？
What's the matter, Ed? Did you forget to say something?
いえ。ですが、ローズの件で。
No, this is about Rose. Edward started a touch sad, almost as if he was expecting the feelings of the other servant here.
彼女が行方不明になって数ヶ月。私の方でも捜索を進めていますが、手がかりすらもつかめま
It's
せん。
been several months since she went missing, and I've been searching as much as I can, but I haven't found a single clue.
みんなも落ち込んでいて、彼女の恋人だったアスコットさんなら、なおさら思い詰めているのではと。
Everyone feels down. I can only imagine that you, her lover, must be even more troubled by it.
そう。心配してくれてありがとう。
I am. Thank you for your concern. He was so soft-hearted, I couldn't help but laugh. I felt no ill will.
だが彼女のことなら、私も心の整理がついているんだよ。
But I've already come to terms with it
君
myself.
だって読んだだろう。私宛てに彼女から送られてきたあの手紙を。
You read the letter she sent me, haven't you?
確かに読みました。けれど、
I have, yes.
私は信じられません。
But I find it hard to
彼
believe.
女があなた以外の男と駆け落ちをしたなどと。
I couldn't believe she'd run away with another man and not
いや
you.
仕方ないさ。私はいろいろとやらかしすぎた。愛想をつかされるのも無理はない。
There's nothing I can do. I messed up too much. It's only natural that she'd have enough of me. Apros had vanished without a trace. The world saw me as the sorry fool who she dumped after I realized my feelings were real.
不明よ、自業自得、因果応報。そんな風に言われているけれど、俺としてはその方が好都合。
They call it dishonor, karma, retribution, but honestly, it's convenient for me. No other women were coming my way because of that. It let me stay focused on what was right in front of me.
もし彼女の手がかりをつかめたら、必ずあなたにも情報を共有します。
If I find anything about her, I'll make sure to share it with you.
ありがとう。だが私のことはあまり気にしないでくれ。
Thanks, but don't worry about me too much.
私は彼女がどこかで幸せでいてくれるのなら、もう。
As long as she is happy somewhere, that is all that matters to me. I'm content with that. Edward looked at me with a pained expression. Then I lowered my eyes. Oops. I'm not lying. You've got to cut me some slack, you softy. I stuck my tongue out at him in my mind. He was completely
心
fooled.
配しなくても、普段の彼女は俺が守っているよ。
Don't worry, I'm keeping her safe. I cherish her more than anyone else. At this very moment, she was in the garden I'd created, living a dream far happier than anyone could have ever experienced. Riley, come on, hurry up.
そんなに走ると転ぶよ、アプローズ。せっかく摘んだ花が落ちたらどうするんだい？
You're running too fast, Apros. What if you fall down and drop all the flowers you just picked up? I just can't wait. I'm sure Mother and Father are waiting for us too. I ran through the village with my brother, both hands full of flowers as we headed back home. Welcome back. Our meal's ready. Come on, take a seat. As I rushed into the room, I found my family waiting with warm smiles. Oh, what's this? Where'd you get these flowers? Did you forget today is Mother and Father's anniversary? I went to celebrate, so I went flower picking with Riley. You remembered?
当たり前だよ、父さん。毎年5人でお祝いしてるんだから。
Obviously, we celebrate this every year, just the 5 of us, right, John?
ああ、忘れようにも忘れられない記念日だ。それに。
It's an anniversary that will stay with me forever, no matter what. Besides,
今年は5人じゃなくて6人で祝うことになってるからな。
this year we're celebrating with 6 people instead of 5.
花はこれ以上必要なかったかな？
Did you not need any more flowers? Ascot! I hurried over to him as soon as he came through the door that John had been watching. I hugged him tightly, making sure not to crush the bouquet he held in his
遅くなっ
hand.
てごめんね、アプローズ。これはお詫びだよ。
Sorry I'm late, Apros. I got this for you as an apology. He caught me before I could fall and gently kissed my cheek. That's ticklish.
ちょっとアスコット卿、流れるように妹へ手を出さないでくださいよ。
Hey, Ascot, don't make moves on my sister like
二
that.
人の仲がいいのは今更だろう。過干渉は嫌われるよ。ライリー。
You've seen how close they are, haven't you? Don't be too overbearing, Riley, or she'll start to hate
この
you.
子はジョンとも仲がいいし、いっそ二人ともアプローズのお婿さんになってくれないかしら。
Haprose is close with John too. Maybe they both should become her husband. Reverse harem. So that means we could be together forever. Should all three of us get married then, just like Mother said?
それは光栄だね。
That's quite an honor.
王女、それ以上はライリーが立ち直れなくなる。
If you go any further, it'll be too much for Riley to handle. True happiness. Honestly, sure, this is true happiness. This is the actual first love triangle they've actually introduced to us, except it was brought to her by force, and thus it is illegal. My family was alive, joyous and smiling, and Ascot and John, the two I cared about, loved me with all of their hearts. For a moment I thought I heard someone whisper that this wasn't real, but that was probably just my imagination. This was my world, my everything. Ascot, John, everyone, I love you all so much from the bottom of my heart. I was the happiest person in the world. This imaginary world. The sound of running water filled the beautiful garden.
さあ、アプローズ。もっと積極的に俺の口づけに応じて。
I will say this is the first Astray ending that doesn't have two of them? Like the love triangle photo? Oh wait, is he gonna pop up? There's plenty of space for that, I guess. Alright, Apros, how about you kiss me back more passionately? Oh gosh. Apros' eyes melted with desire as we shared a kiss, our tongue intertwined, the sound of water rising with every move.
うまくなってきた。ジョン君もきっと喜んでくれるだろう。
You're doing great. I'm sure John will be very
もっ
pleased
とも
too.
彼はまだ君からの愛に慣れていないようだけど。
He's probably just not used to receiving your love. John, come on, you too, John. I placed a gentle kiss on Apros's forehead whenever I saw that look of pure pleasure on her face.
オベロンがこちらに干渉してきた。
That damn Oberon's meddling with us.
あの方もしつこいね。手駒の喪失に相当お冠のようだ。また何か対策を考えないといけないな。
Indeed, he's rather persistent. Losing his pawns has clearly frustrated him. He'll have to devise a countermeasure. I didn't flinch when the man appeared from behind me. I turned her flustered face towards him.
ああ、ほら、ジョン君。君もこちらに。アプローズは我ら二人からの愛をご所望だ。
John, come closer. Apros wants affection from the both of us. Where have you been? Hurry, come stay with us. Dang, that is a trap. Oh, this is a triangle. Oh my goodness. This is a problem. She called to him in a sweet tone, and though it might have been reluctant, he eventually responded to her. Yes, this was all just a dream. Using my power as Puka, I locked Apros in a perfect dream world, where the three of us, John included, spent our days enjoying our love. Why? Why does John have to be here? Why? I mean, why does this happen, period? But like, I'd have preferred to keep her to myself, but considering the Fae King and Queen, I realized that having an ally to protect her was unavoidable. I'd brought John on board. Together, we helped each other as we protected Apros in both the dream world and reality.
君がいるとよりこの子が嬉しそうだ。最初は殺したくなったけれど、この顔が見られるなら許せるよ。
She looks happier with you here. Honestly, I wanted to kill you at first, but I guess I can let it slide since I've gotten to see this face of hers.
夢の中なら俺の独壇場。妖精をオベロンといえど、打ち破るのには相当な力が必要だ。
The realm of dreams is my domain. Even the Fae King Oberon would require significant strength to take me down. Should he manage to do that, the Queen would undoubtedly notice the King's presence. She'd raise her guard, and it'd ultimately backfire on
金を
him.
奪われた王様に、これ以上できることはないよ。
There's nothing more he can do after he lost his wing. You're right. Even though guilt tied him down, John softly ran his hand over hers, right where her chest was etched.
邪魔をする者は誰もいない。
Nobody will
この
interfere.
幸せしかない空間で3人一緒に幸せになろうじゃないか。ねえ。
Let's all find happiness together in this perfect happy space, right, Apros?
後悔だけはしない。必ずお嬢を幸せにする。
I won't regret this. I'll make her happy and I'll protect her as always. Thank you. We'll be together forever and ever, right? Love you, my cherished ones, my grooms. Grooms is a word, yeah. She said such sweet things. John and I gently kissed her cheek. What's this? Blue, I know that you think this looks exciting. They forced her into a dream world where they're basically sharing her against her will. So her brain isn't aware of what's actually happening. So it looks nice, but it's actually trash. This is trash. He got too jealous and decided this was his only option to keep her, was to force her into this altered reality. And he invited John because he felt like he needed a person to protect her because he couldn't watch her by himself. Ascot, yeah. And John's an ass too in this one. So, ugh. John and I gently kissed her cheeks. Shaking my head, same.
ああ、なんて可愛らしいのだろうね。幸せな夢に浸り。
Never saw anything cuter than you drowning in your blissful dream. Drowning my love. Part of me doesn't like being with the doll, but the sight of your arms begging for my love is irresistible. I'm madly in love. The other route endings are better. I hope so, because that was trash. That was so trash. Oh my gosh. I think I'll stop here and I can continue tomorrow, and hopefully I'll finish his route tomorrow the rest of the way, just because one, I'm hungry. I'm hungry now, and it's over 4 hours. Let's just see. Let's see if I'm missing any photos. Didn't mean for that to happen. That was crazy. That was crazy. I was typing, so I didn't have time to change it. I was like, whoa. So far we haven't missed any photos. That's good. These ones are probably all locked to the other route, which we'll get to tomorrow. But yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I like this. I liked that fine. That was fine. She kissed him first. Okay, this one, I don't like forced kisses, right? But she kissed him first. And then he reciprocated it with his own kiss. That's on her. You can't do it yourself and not expect a reaction. So she started that. That one happened from that. This is him saving her life with his powers. So that was good. I don't know. Their CGs are actually one of my favorite CGs. Maybe it's just because I don't know, slutty men. Is that it's like Cena from Lover Pretend. Like, oh my gosh, that guy. That's what he reminds me of a little bit. Cena, my man, Cena, look at that guy. Look at him. Look how cute. Don't look at that trash beside him. Just look at Cena. Focus on him. There he is. Look at him. Look how cute he is in his jacket. Oh my gosh, look at him on the cover. Look at Cena. I still have a photo of him shirtless on my phone. Like, oh my gosh, look at this man. Yeah. That's what he kind of reminds me of a little bit. Because, like, Cena had all of the, confidence in the world. That man, you couldn't convince him. And this is when he realized he likes her. Like, that's a good one. I think they have some of the better CGs I've seen. I mean, I like the CG even if it's terrible. Like, I don't, ugh, gross. Like, that's fine. Look at that hand. Like, I felt like some of Ed's photos looked fake almost. Like they just took images and just threw them in there. Like, look at her. She doesn't look that like she's really there. That was bad. I think Linus had one too, where it just kind of looked like they used the regular image and stuff. Was it his? No, it probably was Linus. I just had a couple that just looked fake as hell. Like, look at this. This just looks like her normal face being thrown into that. That was a good one, actually. I like this photo. It's not the best in terms of what it's that's a thing. Yeah, so I don't know. I liked his photos so far. We'll see what his good ending looks like. He is in fact evil. To a point. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. Since that's what I'll finish it up tomorrow. But thank you, Blue. Thank you, Bass. Thank you, Sleazy, for being here. Feel like that's right. If you're watching this on YouTube, I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch. You can check me out over there. We're playing Mistonia right now. We're also doing Borderlands. So far, every Borderlands we've done has been with drinks. And I've finished them all each time. I keep going like, I won't finish. I'm bad at Borderlands. I forgot to change this from Borderlands. In fact, that's still got Borderlands in it. Whoopsie. That was the last game I played before this one. I also have a Mario game, which I think I have to return soon, so I might have to play that at some point. My schedule's still a little funky, so I haven't posted an official schedule for the month, but that's because I was supposed to have jury duty this week, and it just got canceled. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys have a lovely evening.